respect.
Entre outras mil és do Brasil, ó pátria amada, dos filhos desse sol nas mães, gentil, pátria amada, Brasil. Imenso esplêndido, ao som do mar e à luz do céu profundo, fulguras, ó Brasil, florão da América, iluminado ao sol do novo mundo, do que a terra mais garrida, teus risonhos lindos campos têm mais flores, nossos bosques têm mais vida, nossa vida no teu seio mais amores. Ó pátria amada, idolatrada, salve, salve, Brasil de amor eterno seja símbolo, olá para o que os tempos estrelado, e diga o verde louro desta fórmula, paz no futuro e glória no passado, mas ergues a justiça clava forte, verás que o filho teu não foge à luta, nem teme que te adora a própria morte, terra adorada, entre outras mil és do Brasil, a pátria amada, dos filhos deste sol nas mães, gentil, pátria amada, Brasil.
Ladies and gentlemen, now to welcome everyone, the President of ApexBrasil, Jorge Viana, has the floor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor to welcome you all here in this investment forum in Brazil. I'd like to thank you for the presence of Geraldo Alckmin, our Minister and Vice President of the Republic. The President Lula was unable to be present here, so our Minister and Vice President will chair this event, and it will allow us to have a discussion about the investment opportunities in our country throughout this whole day. Thank you, my friend and Vice President Geraldo Alckmin. I want to thank the Ana Repes, a friend, a sister. She came to be a friend, and the whole Apex team that really dedicated for this event. 13% were elected as mayors yesterday, and I think this is still a challenge because half of the population is made up of women. At Apex, most of the posts are occupied by women. This is key for the Apex success. I want to greet my dear worker, Tarciana Medeiros, who has made history in Banco do Brasil, Renata Amaral representing our planning minister, and my friend Aloizio Mercadante, president of the BNDES. So our development bank has restarted taking its real position to answer all the meaning of all the letters of the bank. Without that, we could not have this event. After a barren land, the BNDES has reconvened its position and the fantastic work, and I want to greet all the team that is here. Norton, Doyle, a dear friend, also collaborate with the Apex in putting this event together. We have a leader of the government here in the National Congress, Randolfe Rodrigues, who will bring his message. Congressman Arnaldo Jorge, also a very special professional. This forum, my ladies and gentlemen, my friends, it's the second in our management. Last year it was at Itamaraty. Last year we were seeding hope and belief, and this year we can bring numbers, results, and confirm the expectation that our president and vice president, President Lula and Vice President Alckmin had mentioned. Brazil's position throughout the world, in the world, has changed in this third mandate of the president. So we have to talk about also in what world we are. The world is facing huge challenges, and it has been like that forever, but never in the intensity we have today. The climate crisis is intense because life on the planet is at risk. The effects of climate changes is terrible for food production, water supply, for the functioning of cities, urban cities, villages. I saw a video about what happened in Madrid, a place that does not receive rain. There was a flooding in a city. Everything got flooded, train stations, and they said we never thought about this scenario. And then we go throughout the continent. Canada had fires that burned 10 million hectares that affected the cellulose price around the world. The losses are huge in different areas. The production of essential products is at risk, at permanent risk because of the climate crisis. We'll have the COP29, and next year this COP will be here. And the discussion is what to do, how to minimize cost, how to work, because no city, I have seen debates about the rain period up till March, if the calendar keeps, because we have had changes everywhere. So the United Nations say the damage, and I studied that when I was a senator, for each dollar that you spend in prevention is $7 of savings. Rebuilding is not practical after a disaster. No resources can cover that. So the wars continue happening, really causing fear at the scale they are happening now. And we have just left a pandemic with the serious problems of inflation and the inequality increase around the world. Europe would have inflation, and the United States as well. That is happening. And now, to top it, we have a political environment that maybe is a result of the connectivity of the evolution in terms of internet, social media. So we don't know what's going to happen with the USA that affects the economy, the world nervous system. But Brazil, facing all those uncertainties, is a safe haven where President Lula implemented the biggest social inclusion program again to take Brazil out of the hunger map, implemented public policies for young people, agro businesses, opportunities of investment, and also it is clear the responsibility of creating a peaceful environment, institutional peace that Brazil was not going through, was not living. And that creates an environment that makes us a reference in the world. Numbers are favorable to Brazil because of that, because the world grows by 2.6%, and Brazil, 2 years in a row, grew much above the forecast of the economic analysts. The last review that we had was by the FMI. So Aloizio will talk about this and others. I'm talking about the low inflation environment, full employment, investments, and the reflexes are huge. We have huge results. We now went up 30 positions in the Brazilian industry. That is worldwide reference, and that did not have. But we did not have the Ministry of Development, Industry and Commerce. Our vice president has worked tirelessly for that. 4 times governor of São Paulo, he was right. So he is a leader. So surplus, commercial surplus, we were ranked 6 in the world. So we have to celebrate that and see that as an opportunity. We have a moment of tension, but if the road get adjusted a bit more, will be better. When we talk about commercial surplus, grain prices go down to by 22%, sugar price, oil, so we grow in volume. Prices go down a little, but we gain in volumes, and that has interesting results. Something else to highlight is the international reserves because of the export, and that's due to Apex work and other bodies, and that has been key. When President Lula took the first mandate, we had $100 million as commerce flow, and that was multiplied by many numbers. After the first mandate, 2 mandates by Lula and 1 by Dilma, we had expressive reserve, giving a ballast to the country that became a safe country. These numbers had gone down last government to about $300 billion when we were much above. They consumed about 40 billion, and now we grew by 50 with President Lula's government. International reserves, they are about $375 billion. That's the result of efforts of the company, of the economy sectors. They are working, and producing this investment. We have 12 international meetings with business people and entrepreneurs by request of President Lula. They went there because they believed in our country. All business people from around the world, two international business with our vice president, 14 meetings, not even 2 years of government. And APEX work hard work, and we did not work alone. Valdemar, Alex, our colleagues, they are going to Asia to meet people. They are going to Bangkok to meet business people, to create strategies so Brazil can develop. That's our work with Itamaraty. We had 14 meetings, one per month. That accounts for a year and 2 months. And also with about 400 business people, the last one in Mexico, almost 500 businesses, half of them were Brazilian. Brazil and Mexico meeting. The result, more opportunities, more business opportunity and work. So we can see the agencies reassessing Brazil's position. If the investment level comes back, we need a step more. Some people ask, "Oh, what does that mean?" It means a lot. The big international funds do not invest in a country. There is compliance. They cannot invest in a country that does not have a certain level of investment. So we have to get there, and then we have a strong income of investment. That I talked with the president today, with Ana Paula, with President Lula. Next year, our BID will be in New York. Brazil will have an investment level so we can meet there and present our results to business people, entrepreneurs. This whole ecosystem, we are part of it. I don't want to take much longer, but Brazil, according to the United Nations Conference for Development and Commerce, Brazil is ranked 5 in terms of investment, of income of investment. So the whole world is going down, is dropping. Brazil is growing, $65 million. Brazil is the third investment destiny in 2023. We are entering a trillionaire era. We from Apex, look, we have the investment accumulated in Brazil. We have a measurement of that. It is reaching $1 trillion. And I want to highlight that we have the flows. If we invest services and assets, we overcome $800 billion. Igor is here to help me with that. We calculate that up to 2026, Brazil can reach $1 trillion of commercial flow. So $200 billion more. So Luis Roa is here, responsible for the international area of the map. We opened up 253 markets in the road. Now we are going to open Japan, and we don't stop. Good news or Agrarian opportunities. I have taken too long, but I'm so excited, President. I have, everybody's going to talk here. We have at least 5 key areas for investment so we can receive investment, welcome investment. So energy transition area, that's key for us. We have to face the biggest crisis in the world. Brazil has the biggest opportunity with the good electricity grid. We are really receiving huge investment. We are ranked fifth, infrastructure, ports, airports, railways, and verticalization of the agribusinesses. We are also a key address in this restarting of the new Brazilian industry. My public life, well, we have had so many fake news. We have to be very sure of the numbers so we don't make mistakes. But it's so good to be here in this period that we are making things happen to make people's life better. That's what our President Lula has done with a lot of effort, dedication, and we are part of this team, and we are so satisfied to carry out all this work. Thank you, Apex, the colleagues of the Industry and Development Ministry, Itamaraty, MAPA, all other ministries. It's an honor to be here. As of April, Apex is building the Brazil pavilion in Osaka. I'm going to Osaka right after Tokyo. We have built the pavilion. We'll customize it, and Brazil will have a 6-month exhibition in Osaka. It will last for 6 months, and now economy sectors are invited to present their perspectives, investment, business opportunities. Is Brazil reconvening life and strength in the world, so to make a better world?
Gentlemen, from this moment onwards, we'll have another minister in our event. We invite Agriculture Development Minister Paulo Teixeira. Okay, carrying on. Now we listen the General Manager of Inter-American Development Bank, Morgan Doyle. Morgan Doyle is going to take the floor. Good morning. It's an enormous pleasure to be here this morning to take part in the 7th edition of the Investment Brazilian Forum. I greet people that are making this table, Vice President Geraldo Alckmin, Minister Paulo Teixeira, Renata Amaral, representing Simone Tebet, and also the presidents of the best, more important banks, Aloizio Mercadante, Tarciana, Medeiros, Deputy Arnaldo Jardim, that is a congressman, and I would like to thank the partnership with Jorge Viana. Enormous honor being with you here. And I also want to greet everybody that is here in the 7th edition of our forum, Brazilian Investment. We are attracted by the opportunities that are singular in this country. For the bank, Development Bank, Inter-American Development Bank, President Ilan Golfo would love to be here with us, but he wishes the best to everybody that is here in this event. BID considers that Latin America, and mainly Brazil, is a fundamental part of the solution of the biggest challenges that we face concerning energy, concerning nature, environment, and safety concerning food. So we want to pinpoint that this importance, this global importance brings opportunities that are global in terms of investment. That's why we're here. This is true to Brazil, and in a scale and a dynamic economy that we are showing in this country, and the possibility of directing investments to the themes that are urgent, that is ecology, environment. And this is the 4th year we're having a robust growth in Brazil with rates that are above what we had before, with unemployment being bunched. And we are with a very sufficient scenario, favorable scenario, noted by the investors. We will see and hear about it with the announcements that will be done and the appetite that we have to regain quickly the foreign investment in Brazil that had a shake over the pandemic period. Over the last years, we have around $1 billion, 63, $65 billion in investment. We are carrying on with partnerships to reach higher and higher levels of investments, foreign investments in Brazil. In this sense, I have the honor to say that we have an intention letter that we will sign with the President Jorge Viana to support the Brazilian states in investment terms. So in integration of commerce, trade in general. We thank the support, and we want to inform the Brazilian communities that our expertise, Apex expertise, is here to push, to leverage training, connection, improving, and seeing the objectives being cared and reached. So even with the diversities that we have in this continental country. So the opportunities are offered in Brazil regarding investment. This country is very important in terms of green, in terms of ecology and renewable energy. We can do it. You see, in Brazil, it's very important to note that we have new technologies in terms of fuel, sustainable fuel, and more we are paramount. And we know that we are part of the fuel providers of the future. We will have less footprint in the global chain. That's what is necessary in terms of sustainability. Brazil is the ideal place to go ahead in this subject. We acknowledge that there are some challenges to be covered in order this potential is really used. One will be mentioned in the partnership that we are having with the Ministry of Development and Industry, Commerce and Services. The President Alckmin is here just to give the kick and the first step in this area. And so we will be standardized and we will make the investors' life easier in Brazil. We will give more possibilities for these investments. This is the initiative that is very wide to integrate Brazil in South America and in the world as a paramount. So according to Minister Simone Tebet's work, we see that we have millions of reals that are being invested. In terms of the Amazon area, we have to promote that platform. It's an open platform that gathers all the government's investments in research and etc., including the partnership with the Environment Ministry. Thank you, President Tarciana and Aloizio, for the partnership in this sense. Shortly, we qualified and doubled the investments in the Amazon area. We're getting to billions of reals. Amazonia requires an holistic approach. We have to be against any deforesting, of course. And there is a very important point in this scenario in the sustainable handling of the forest. In this case, BNDES and the forest services are being very cooperative in this sense, so we can go ahead, including concerning footprint. These models and standards require coordination and investment, so I'm honored to support this ambitious plan with the Ministry of Economy. And this is a landmark, and we believe that this forum is an example, and we have more than 11 billion to support the plans. And we are also working financially to reduce what's the obstacle concerning green investment. We have a program implemented with enormous success refers to this subject, and the G20, for instance, we are following the standards, and we talked with the Minister Haddad, and we have 45 million reais to invest in this area. There are others attitudes that are being taken concerning the green line, i.e., this is a very big area, and the Wolfman president said last week concerning the investment pattern in Brazil, we are convinced that having convergences, let's say the public and the private sector, the PPPs, it will design the future. Brazil is fundamental for that, to have a big and better development. Just to wrap up, I want to pinpoint that, as President Viana has said, we have the leadership, a global leadership in the green line. The opportunities are enormous. Clean energy and etc. We avoid risks, and we are working hard, adjusting also with bid, getting the entrepreneurs with us. The bid investment is an arm of the private sector that will help to improve in this sense. We also have a real menu that is very robust to give ahead the initiatives that are well structured in this sense. The bid group has assured that there will be a bridge with global investments, bringing this link via private initiatives, or also as an answer to the climate change and challenges. The main message, BID recognizes and acknowledges Brazil and invites the investors to do their best, getting all the opportunities, which are very singular. So we will align this country with the most important countries in this line. Thank you again, Jorge Viana, for the partnership, the Apex for the partnership. We are working hard, and this event is very important. Count on us to make things work in this country, Brazil. Thank you very much. Now, the president of Banco Nacional, Aloizio Mercadante, Banco Nacional de Desenvolvimento. Good morning, everyone. Initially, I greet the Vice President of the Republic and Geraldo Alckmin, that has a very important role in this government, and he is the conductor in the building of the new Brazil industry. We are again with the industry policies, and I can present the results here, and also pushing up trade, foreign trade, together with Apex. Now, so my greeting is Jorge Viana, a friend of several decades. We are doing Apex a center in this role. The foreign trade, investment trade, it's a person that is helping with all agility that's necessary. So we have 200 new markets for export in Brazil. Apex is part of that. So it's a work that is very important for the future of economy. I also greet another friend. You see, we're getting older, so several decades of friendship. Paulo Teixeira, that has a very decisive work in family business, farm business. So concerning agriculture in Brazil, that's very important. I also greet two other friends, Arnaldo Jardim, We started over the 70s together. So 50 years, it's a long time ago. But anyway, I'm very happy to work with him. You see, it's a very important mandate that he has. And also, we were young, so Spaccato, the Vice President of the Republic, congratulations for the work. Now, Tarciana Medeiros also, I greet the quality of her managing Banco do Brasil and the partnership with BNDES. When I arrived in BNDES in Brazil, in Banco do Brasil, they were not together. They had no initiative together. Now we are working together, BNDES and Banco do Brasil. We are distributors of resources, and it also refers to the public banks. It's the under the umbrella of the President Lula's government, and I also greet Ana Paula Ferreira. She's coming to me and saying, okay, what will happen in New York? The support concerning New York. Okay, we will be there. She's already asking me about it. Now I also greet Morgan Doyle of BID. And BID is a big partner with us in terms of Brazilian economy. Also, Renata Amaral, Secretary of Planning Ministry, and Simone Tebet also. I would like to say very briefly, and then we'll have a more articulate talk. We are in a world that is very tense, geopolitically speaking, and so it's worrying. As the President of the Republic, we have to negotiate every crisis. President Lula, every time he enters any section, he concentrates on the crisis. So we have the relationship with other countries. We have no war. 150 years, we have no war. That's excellent. We are a country that has politics stability. We had some strikes here and there, but it's just a short pass. See, in this municipal election, we've seen everything is calm, and nobody invaded anything. So it was tranquil, and the result of the election is the people's wish. 80% of the mayors were re-elected. It means that they are going well. The municipalities are going well. So in terms of education, health, improvement in the areas, etc., that's the result. Continuity, this is good. And it shows we are strong. We carry on with the actions that we are already doing. So I think that the best message is that, reinforcing that the budget that we have to do some amendments with new projects, and of course, what's being projected and foreseen, it's a very important role to be cared about. So our economy is with stability, even with the climate crisis that we had in Rio Grande do Sul, in the north of the country. Concerning rains, we have instability, but I would say that 7% is stable. So in terms of food safety and other things, the answer that Brazil has given concerning the problem we had in Rio Grande do Sul was very good. Brazil is growing 13%. So let us say what the FMI has done in Brazil was excellent, and the leadership was followed by the industrial growth. We have investment, we have a tax reform problem, okay, all right, and we have the target fixed for us. It's fundamental, and we'll simply beat the pessimists, because we are optimists. We see the best results. We have to do that, and it goes pari passo with the financial growth, economic growth. Thank you very much. Congratulations, Geraldo Alckmin, of the results of your work, and the Minister Fernanda Haddad as well. and the others. Thank you all. MC. Now we'll have the President of Banco do Brasil, Tarciana Medeiros. Good morning, everyone. I greet our Minister and Vice President of the Republic, Geraldo Alckmin, our Minister Paulo Teixeira, Renata, representing Simone Tebet, and our Senator Rodrigues, Mercadante, President of BNDES and my colleague, and Jorge, Viana, Ana, Morgan Doyle, Apex and BID organizing this forum. I thank for the invitation. It's an honor to be here representing Banco do Brasil and starting this forum. The meeting that more than ever represents the extraordinary potential of our country. The 7 editions, the transformation, ecological transformation, points out going beyond the economic frontier, exploring development, prosperity, sustainability. Banco do Brasil is a solid institution, reliable. The role is essential in the economic and social development of Brazil. We are acknowledged by the 5th time consecutively as the most sustainable bank in the planet, according to global standing. This acknowledgement shows our presence in FG. And the result of our financial aspect, we are sustainable. We, concerning footprint, are going very well. We have clean energy and good governance and diversity and inclusion being dwelt in the society as a whole. Also, with concrete actions, we commit everyday sustainable practices with our suppliers and clients. We are sure that then we are contributing to the future, near future, sustainable to everyone. We have a target concerning our sustainable credit of 500 billion up to 2030. We are already in 360 billion, so it shows that Banco do Brasil is sustainable and is also in social inclusion partners in this country. So Brazil and the bank as well, we are in a moment that is extraordinary in terms of opportunity. And we have to explain that Banco do Brasil and the investment that are done. This scenario shows the result of the continuous work of Brazilian government because we have the regulatory and economic environment doing well. We generate more legal safety for those that invest here. I show the intense consolidation of Brazil, observing the bilateral and multilateral actions that we have. We are having partnerships abroad. This is fundamental to push the investment, the foreign investment in Brazil. We are in a very good position. We are the 5th receptor of foreign investments in 2023, $600 billion. So it's important in the global scenario. Our role is one of the most promising countries in terms of business involving sustainable investment and development. If Brazilians are receiving with open arms the foreign investments, what's related to energy and infrastructure, it's key for us to have a multiple portfolio, and I present that our country has a big potential in terms of investment in energy transition, the role that is important and fundamental for a greener economy, more productive with less footprint in terms of carbon. So it's 15.5 billion in 12 months, and our objective is in that in 2030 it will be 30 billion. Only one portfolio for one project concerning wind and sun energies is more than 8 billion reais. Agribusiness is another strategical pillar for the development of the country. And Banco do Brasil is proud of being the agribusiness bank and also family farming. And we strengthen the agriculture position and we have sustainable practices. Brazil consolidated with the as one of the biggest producers in terms of agribusiness. Agribusiness is a huge opportunity for those investors that look for innovation and sustainability. With the expertise that we have in Brazil, we are ready to serve as a bridge for global capital. And this Brazil. Banco do Brasil is in 11 countries in several continents, and we have more than 500 banks with us. And so we support every stage of foreign investments here that contribute to the development of our country. I invite you to take the most of this forum and strengthen the partnerships, having a vaster horizon, being a sustainable transition with ecologic transition being really done here. The team of Banco do Brasil is at your service to discuss this subject and the investments that come to our country. So I greet you all the investors that are here. Thank you.
And now we continue. And the Senator of the Republic, Randolfe Rodrigues, has the floor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I greet especially ApexBrasil on behalf of Ana Rebes and my dear Jorge. I congratulate for this investment forum, Mr. Vice President of the Republic, together with President rebuilding, two public banks representatives here, two of the greatest public banks of the world, Aloizio Mercadante from the BNDES and Tarciana from Banco do Brasil, Renata Marel, my dear Renata, representing Minister Simone Tep, Paulo Teixeira, Minister of Agrarian Development, Mr. Doyle, General Manager of the Southern Cone countries, and I thank the partnership of the World Bank for the national reconstruction works that have been done in Brazil. Arnaldo Jardim, also Congressman Arnaldo Jardim. Ladies and gentlemen, talking after those who have said important words here, we run the risk of being repetitive, but the meaning of the works that have been happening about the national economy, that is very important. Brazil had not had two following years in virtuous economy growth for quite some time, above the market projections projected 0.8 growth for the beginning of 2023. We almost got 3%, and this year we reached 3%. It has been a long time that Brazil has had a cycle of growth as we have had now. more than economic growth. We have data. We have the lowest unemployment index since 2015, 6.8% of unemployment. We are reaching the full employment situation. We have not said that in 20 years. Income of workers reaching a little bit over 3,000 reais, the best average in the last 8 years. Employment generated between 23 and 24 is 2,949,000 posts. With all this growth data, economic growth data, we are keeping inflation within the goal of 4.2%. It is the first time in 4 years that we have this result. Real inflation is reaching the lowest average inflation since the Plano Real, the real plan. We are about to reach the level of investment necessary for more investment. And more than that, our exchange market and closed with 190,892 points last year. So till the beginning of August, we had a new record in the stock exchange market. This shows that in 2 years' time, we had a rebuilt economy under leadership of President Lula and Vice President Geraldo Alckmin that would not have been possible without the support of the National Congress. President Alckmin, this is the government that has approved the greatest number of measures since the re-democratization. 97% of the measures sent to the National Congress were approved. Out of 97 provisory measures, 95 were approved and 2 were sent back with full dialogue with the National Congress. So we approved a fiscal framework in this period, which is sustainable and which is reference to the democracies in the world, that has direct result over people's lives with programs like this in Holland, Acredita. We decreased lack of payment, creating a reduction of the debt level of Brazil. We have a set of approvals in the National Congress that support all this success. Fiscal framework, fiscal renewal under the democratic light. The last one was done in 1964 during a regime of exception. So we have 2 PLPs to be approved. The number 68 and 108, they are in the National Congress House, and I can tell you that before the end of the year, we'll approve at least PLP 68, which is in the Federal Senate, and we'll send it to the Chamber of Congressmen to contribute to our improvement. We have 7 bills in the Congress House with excellent perspectives, and we are going towards the ecological transition, approving the carbon mark, and the acceleration program for the energy change, and we are really having a place in the world. We are a global power, but we are and will be the biggest green power in economic terms of this century. We are rebuilding this country in such a troubled world with economic success and rebuilding. We have for such a democracy, stable democracy. We saw yesterday how powerful it is. My colleague Mercadante showed that 80% of re-election happened, and that's important. It means satisfaction with this country that is being rebuilt. When a country to be able to appeal to investments need to have fiscal responsibility. Our government has shown that concretely by approving the fiscal framework. So this is key for this government to attract investment. We need a strong government with the support of the National Congress. The numbers here show towards that. The reconstruction work led by Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva and Geraldo Alckmin is happening in order to place Brazil in its rightful place in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have the Minister of the Agrarian Development and Family Agriculture, Paulo Teixeira. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My dear Geraldo Alckmin, Vice President of the Republic, Minister of Commerce and Industry and Services, Arnaldo Jardim, Jorge Viana, President of Apex. I congratulate you for your work. Tarciana Medeiros, President of Banco do Brasil, Aloizio Mercadante, President of the BNDES, Renata Amaral, Secretary of International Affairs, Ana Paula Repes, Director of ApexBrasil, Mr. Doyle, General Manager of the Inter-American Investment Bank. I'd like here to join with the assessment that Aloizio Mercadante has spoken here about the elections. We are living in a democratic regime, and the elections yesterday were important to really eliminate tensions in Brazil. We have lived in polarization, which was the peak in 2022, leading to the 8th of January. The elections yesterday really helped to calm things down in terms of polarization. We are living full democracy in Brazil in terms of economy and growth, and this country does not have such serious problems as we see in the Middle East, conflicts in Europe between Russia and the Ukraine. Brazil has many problems to be solved. We have a lot to do. We have huge challenges, but also huge power, huge potentialities. Arnaldo Jardim, I call him Big Boss. When I was young, he led the students' conflicts in São Paulo. Today, he's leading the ecological transition under the title of green economy. Brazil is a powerhouse in environmental terms. Aloizio Mercadante and Tarciana here, they are support banks that make resources available to be invested in Brazil with the means of exports. Geraldo Alckmin has worked exceptionally well in thinking about a new industry in Brazil. He and Aloizio Mercadante, they were born in, they support Santos. and they had a notebook with a flag of the soccer team Santos, and the notebook fell down, and now the Corinthians are going through a very delicate moment. We are waiting for Santos really to go up in the classification, and Corinthians as well. So we have family agriculture challenges. We are one of the biggest food productions in the world, one of the biggest exporting countries. We have high technology. We have a company called Embrapa that is at the top of agriculture technology, state of the art technology. And Brazil has a huge area for our production and a huge area which is degraded. We can produce twice as what we do today if we recover degraded areas. You know, the settlements, 1/3 of them in the country were implemented in the Amazon region, and many of these settlements are still degraded areas. We had to cut down vegetation so these people could settle down without an environmental or agricultural program. We have two important branches today for family agriculture: the forest, the agroforestal system to have a better quality pasture, to integrate cattle raising, agriculture, and forests. You can see the cacao price, the acai price, so we can recover vegetal coverage with productive species with high profitability in Brazil. This is one of the main focus for investment in Brazil, recovery of degraded area by means of agroforest systems, integrating cattle raising, forest, and agriculture. We also have a second situation, which is aviation fuel production. We have Macaúba, Doyle, and other species that can be recovered and really increase production in this country. So we want to recover degraded area with family agriculture, to have a partnership here with the agro industry associated with adding value. We have here the representative of commerce and foreign affairs, those who, I mean, Belgium is the leader in acai trade in the world. They do not have one single acai tree. So besides producing, structuring productive chains in such a way that we have a Brazil who are really, which have a huge highlight in the international trade. So that's why we need partnership with family agriculture. I talked to Arnaldo Jardim. He'll hold a meeting with business people who want to recover degraded area. He coordinates the Amazon Fund, and one of the biggest problem in family agriculture is a rural area, public purchases, public financings. We have solved that. We restarted financing, and we need technical assistance, rural extension to really help in Brazil and face the climate change, the scientific and technological changes that really demand a more sophisticated family agriculture. By solving these problems, Brazil can become the greatest feeding country of the world. That is the biggest supplier of food in the whole world. That's why we are inviting Apex to hold this partnership with family agriculture in Brazil.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite for the keynote speech of the 7th edition of the Brazil Investment Forum, the Vice President of the Republic and Vice Minister of Development, Industry and Trade, Mr. Geraldo Alckmin. Good morning, everyone. I wanted to welcome our dear Minister Paulo Teixeira to tell him that fish are swimming, going up, tide. Jorge Viana, President of Apex, Morgan Doyle, General Manager of the IDB, Senator of the Republic, Randolfe Rodrigues, Anal Janjing, Federal Congressman. I would also like to welcome our dear Minister, President of the BNDES, Aloizio Tarciana Medeiros, President of Banco Brasil, Renata Vargas Amaral, Secretary of International Affairs at the Ministry of Planning and Budgeting, Ana Paula Repesa, Director of Apex, business leaders, dear friends. First of all, I want to thank the IDB, Morgan Doyle, for the partnership. We're going to sign today a partnership. It's 2.5 million reals in non-reimbursable money to implement what we call the investor single window. It's a portal. It's a single window as an entry point for those who want to invest in Brazil and have all and every information, making up time, reducing red tape, having licenses, authorizations, the tax and fiscal part to attract investment and make easier for investors' lives and reducing costs, and what we call debureaucratize. So I want to thank the IDB for this good partnership, and we're going to go together with CAMAX. We have Marcela Carvalho here with the Foreign Trade Council to implement as quick as possible. We have already implemented a single portal for foreign trade, exports and imports, and a flex license, because that we used to be a per operation license. When you import a product, you have a license. To export, when you would have another license. That's just one flex license, which can be valid for 3 to 4 years. There's a study that shows that the single portal can reduce 40 billion a year in costs in foreign trade. Therefore, import and export facilities, CCTAL, the clearance, boarding, unboarding of goods in 24 hours. So it's a great program of making everything simpler. We also have chicken exports, poultry to the UK, to the European Union. You used to have an origin certificate in paper, 166 real per day. Today, it's free of charge, everything done digitally. So you have immediately the licenses. It's made a major effort for resources for us to be able to advance. But let me also welcome BIF, the Brazil Investment Forum. That's the core agenda. If there's no growth, there's no employment, there's no income if we don't have investment. That's the base of it all, investments. And to attract investments, to bring over here investments, Brazil still has low levels of investments as a percentage of the GDP. Used to be 17% of the GDP. Now we went above 18. We're getting to 18.5, but it's not very much. So we need to attract more investment over here, direct foreign investment, so we can grow strongly and sustainably. Also, opportunities are huge. Brazil is the 8th economy in the world, 7th most populous country in the world, 5th largest in territorial extension. So Brazil has scale, size, Paulo Teixeira, the minister, said, and Arnaldo was confirming to me, that only in terms of depleted livestock area, it's 42 million hectares in the first stage. Jorge, Viana, so that we can strengthen more the agribusiness of Brazil. The 6 missions of the new industry of Brazil, the first one is agri-industry. We are the largest world exporter of agribusiness. We need to add value. Agri-industry, food industry has been growing a lot. The second mission is to do with healthcare. A world that once was young is mature, it's going to be elder. The demand of the healthcare industrial complex is exponential. So we have a goal, which is to go from 45 to 50% of the national production, getting to 75% of the national production. The third line is infrastructure, housing, sanitation, mobility, the whole area of infrastructure. The fourth mission is digital transition. So chips, semiconductors, renewable energy, so for us to advance in digitalization. The fifth mission is where we are, ecological transition, a major ecological transition. And the sixth is defense industry, aeronautical industry. We have the third largest aeronautical industry in the world. Phantom 300 was the most sold aircraft in the world in its category. And in the ecological transition, we have many opportunities. President Lula signed a law that was approved by the Congress that was very much discussed and debated, which is the fuel of the future. So I want to thank our leader, Senator Randolfe, and Arnaldo Jorge, who was the rapporteur at the House of Representatives. So this will thrust the decarbonization. Or ethanol. We already have flex fuel cars. 85% of the whole fleet of Brazil is flex fuel. But even those which are charged up with gasoline, 27% in the gasoline mix is with ethanol. Aside from the fuel of the future, it might lead to 35% mix of ethanol in the gasoline. And Brazil is the champion of second generation ethanol, which is the carbon footprint, which is much smaller, even smaller, on the viewpoint of decarbonization. Today, corn-based ethanol, we have plants everywhere. We can produce fuel, we can produce DDG for animal feed, bioelectricity out of our corn. So big pathway. Biodiesel would be 10% mix of biodiesel in the diesel. Last year, President Lula went for 12, 14, next year 15%. And we will reach 20% of biodiesel in every diesel. So biorefineries throughout Brazil being enlarged and open. Plant oil, animal fat, it's a great potential. SAF, we're going to exchange kerosene of aircrafts throughout the world. Who can produce the sustainable aviation fuel? Brazil is one of the hubs. So we created a global alliance for biofuels by President Lula, President Biden together in the US, and Prime Minister Modi of India. So the 3 largest countries leading biofuels, biogas, green diesel. And it's interesting to mention a draft bill for the future fuel has not 1 cent with subsidies, zero subsidy. So it's going to be bringing what? Predictability for us to attract investment and be able to grow sustainably and more strongly. Low carbon hydrogen, that's very important. The world is going to be in look for energy. The biggest problem of data center expansions, especially artificial intelligence, is where does the energy come from? Is it clean energy? Brazil has abundant energy and renewable sources. 85% of electricity in Brazil is hydroelectric, solar, wind, and biomass. based. So the most renewable sources in the whole wide world. We can attract investment to be able to expand in to many areas. So we have a long way to go. And talking about tax reform, President Lula said inclusive development. Half of the people who were in extreme poverty in 1 year are out of it. The income has improved, jobs have been raised, unemployment went from 9% to 6.6%, development with stability and predictability. Democracy brings legal security for investments, stability, not to have inflation, predictability, and the tax reform. There's a study by IPEA which says that in 15 years, the GDP will increase at 12%, investment levels will increase 14%, and exports 17%, because it removes the tax burden from the investments and it removes the tax burden from exports, putting an end with cumulative credits. So it brings efficiency in the economy and development with sustainability. The Amazon, in the last year, we dropped 50% illegal logging. This year, on top of the 50, another 40% reduction of illegal logging. And we want to have zero illegal logging. Amazon Fund, Climate Fund, I want to mention the work of BNDES in this regard, Mercadante. We will be able to replenish the forest, not just to put an end in deforestation, but to replenish it. So it's fundamental. Brazil is the greatest player out of the three biggest planet challenges: food security, energy security, and climate. So let's go to work.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now have the Ministry of Development, Industry, Trade and Services, Mr. Geraldo Alckmin will sign the political letter about the improvement of the business environment. It represents a commitment of the Brazilian government with the project that counts on the support of the bank. So the political letter to the bid about the institutional reform program has been signed. Now we will have the signature of a further document, the declaration, joint declaration between the INDIC and BID for investment windows, which are digital tools to manage information, central documentation, decreasing red tape. So we have the development of the unique investment window in Brazil. So we have here mapping, redefinition of regulating processes. Ladies and gentlemen, now we'll have the general manager of the Southern Cone Countries Department of the Inter-American Investment Bank, Mr. Morgan Doyle. I don't want to be long. I want to celebrate this partnership. So we are very, very happy to help meet the development, the potential development. We are honored to be with the Brazilian government to help the development, the insertion of Brazil in the road. So we have the most adequate moment for this information here for this project. The crisis in the road are huge, as we have heard today. This platform is a unique way for the investor to really meet all regulating processes, to move easily throughout the processes. Will have, as we have mentioned, we have less red tape, more sustainability. And then I'd like to repeat that Brazil gains, Brazil wins, but the whole road also gains by having easy access to the programs about food sustainability, climate sustainability, and other items in the agenda. So we thank all the authorities, and now the panel can be undone, and we'll have the official picture. And we have a technical break, but please remain in your seats, and for those who are with us online, we'll be back in a few minutes.
Now we are back, and we will carry on with the program that we have of the 7th Brazil Investment Forum. Now, macroeconomic scenario of Brazil, and we invite the president of the Development National Banco, Aloizio Mercadante, the president of BNDES. Good morning, those that have just arrived. The opening was fantastic, very important. The objective now is presenting the challenges and scenario of Brazil and including the perspectives. The international scenario that we are crossing is very challenging. Changes, geopolitical changes that are very deep, and there is the decropping of China. It's concerning the United States and Europe, the West, the Occidental line, and it's bringing several challenges, globally speaking, in this Occidental split that I say protectionism, commercially speaking, is growing, 74% in the policies, 74% according to the studies in the beginning of 2024 came from China and the United States and also European Union, the center of the industry of innovation and global economy. And the South Cone and the competitive of China concern the subsides of economy, China's economy and the capacity to produce very cheaply in high scale, no preceding in the humanity history. It's a country that is in the history in this place. What are they doing? They are shaking United States and Europe. They are now more aggressive in terms of products, and the international trade is facing something with no precedent. And so the American elections are showing what we will have in terms of new taxes concerning products that are exported by the U.S. So they will also export measures in terms of defense, globally speaking. And we have to be very attentive to that. The national states are with very high debt after pandemic. In the pandemic, it started, and now we have, in terms of climate change, a new position. That's the transition in terms of energy and green economy. So it's not only fuel that is the circular economy is cheaper and more consolidated as a structure in the transport sector. So let us say most of the products depend on oil. So much more than the new energy, the transition is expensive, new policies are required. So we have a process of warming up in the global economy. It's another big challenge and it will last long. So we're living a state of extreme climate change, catastrophes as we had in in Rio Grande do Sul. We had drought, we had flood, and we had problems also in calamity states. Indicates of 200,000 vehicles were destroyed. And it presents a new agenda because the car insurance companies cannot face that when it refers to climate. So we also have this drought that in the north is too intense. We require public policies and also the strong winds that we had in the state of São Paulo. and the waters, the flood, the we had problems concerning energy transmission in the grids, etc., in many cities. So it also brought some problems, some consequences that are disastrous in a country that has to face it, like Brazil. And so what we are uh, intensely, the climate changes are more frequent.
This is an agenda that is here to stay. Teste, testando. Teste, testando. Inglês. Teste, teste. Alô, teste. The Mariana Agreement, 170 billion reais. We have, surveillance necessary. 32 billion is for indemnization of the families. BNDES is a huge protagonist. We have resources for 20 years, however. The challenge is.
Não tá saindo no rádio.
Então, mas não é problema nosso.
Não tem que virar a chave ali, não?
Não, já viramos.
Não, tá virado, deixa eu só ver.
Mas ela que está fazendo, tá certo.
Não tá saindo a produção.
Então você quer sentar aqui? Acho melhor vocês sentarem aqui. A gente...
Hello, test.
Parou do...
Hello, test. Relationship.
Estar a represa e falta de prevenção e de investimento na empresa. E isso mostra o quanto...
Tá. So, hello, teste. Deus. Moço, Rodolfo, vem cá. A gente não tocou, mas aqui mudou alguma coisa?
Não.
Não, né?
É
Tá
no
certo.
3,
É no 3, tá.
Tá certo.
Tá, porque às vezes a gente podia tocar assim. Oi, meu.
Não fica falando teste, porque a gente está escutando. Nós estamos te escutando, eu estou escutando vocês conversar.
So, we have a standstill to all companies in Rio Grande do Sul for a year. So, we are creating a structure inside the BNDES. We have had new 52,000 state employees, and we have a deadline for training, and this is a challenge for the BNDES. We have to prepare governments and municipalities to treat this agenda with absolute priority. We are the fifth emitter of the country in terms of CO2, but we can be the first in terms of decarbonization. 43% of emissions are because of logging in the Amazon, and we are working in that. We can really deliver that. We have the electric and transport grid, which is the cleanest of the G20, the third cleanest of the planet, and Bloomberg is the bank that has financed clean energy, the greatest in the planet. We have solar and wind energy. We are highly competitive, fantastic potential. We can intensify local content in the wind energy. It is a challenge that we want to step ahead. We need more balance between solar and wind. We are adapting interest rates, so we have huge green hydrogen projects which are maturing. Other banks are sponsoring as well. Projection for 2030 is that Brazil is a leader in the green hydrogen production that can really attract many industries that are focusing on decarbonization, especially cement, chemistry. We have industries that can lead this challenge in terms of reduction. We can really be ahead in this process. Another competitive edge is the weight of biofuel in the Brazilian economy. The investment portfolio is heavy in terms of second generation ethanol. For each liter of ethanol, you generate 20 of vinhaça and will make it renewable fuel. So we approved a biomethane plant, something that transforms all trucks will be run by energy generated in the plant itself. And we have a road with ethanol. We are the second producer. 50% of our fuel is ethanol. We are the fourth biggest producer of a biodiesel, and that will grow. Diesel participation will grow. Another competitive edge. The hybrid car decarbonates more than the electric car. The automotive industry announced 130 billion reais of investment in Brazil. We are attracting the PND in these companies. BNDES investing in automation to have the ethanol electric hybrid car. Twice as productive as the electric. We don't need another network of plug-in. That we have different structures of the electricity bill, under another actor's responsibility. So we are creating a structure that you can go from here to Salvador without having to stop to refuel. We have a challenge as well in the bus industry because Brazil has 52% of the buses of Latin America produced in Brazil, 117,000 buses circulating. We are the second country in the world with people taking buses. We have about 10 car makers in Brazil in production process, and after the municipal election, we'll have foment lines, especially Caixa Banco do Brasil, BNDES, so we can support the production of the electric bus, which will hugely contribute to decrease emissions in the cities and to reposition the automotive industry In Brazil, we don't have market for diesel buses, but that has dropped. This is a new market, coming. And the bus industry is a lot of manufacturing intensive work. So we are very interested in repositioning our industrial park that is really present. And together with that, we have huge effort to produce the second phase of lithium powder for the battery industry in Brazil. We have solid projects and we are very competitive, especially with the greener lithium, which is more competitive and more important. We have a fund together with Vale do Rio Doce, 1 million reais fund. BNDES guarantees half of it. 12 big banks are administering this fund. And we have an interesting company that takes care of critical minerals. So the manager of such fund is specialized in critical minerals. 10 types of minerals. Brazil is the between the first has the biggest reserves in the planet. So it's important to be together with Vale, supporting new partners, and we have to be very attentive in terms of growing demands from the electric battery sector and also creating energy reserve in the future. So
Another thing that's very interesting that will happen very quickly and in a short time is adding value in the Brazilian industry in terms of ethanol and fuel, biofuel, but we're also funding PD plants, and we have already have the first aircraft with ethanol. It's a small one. It's for agriculture in Embraers, but it's very promising in terms of technology. And this is a market that 2007 onwards, it will be exponential in terms of growth. And biofuel has all the conditions, everything leads us to this phase of SAF. And the same concerning shipping. 90% of commerce in the world is shipping and 95% in Brazil. The UN will impose fines, tickets on people that do excess of oil in their use. So you have to have renewable fuel. And there is the same level of authority that you win the other agencies in terms of imposing taxes and fines, because later on we can use green either hydrogen, or others. But for the moment, besides green hydrogen, we have to consider the technology that Brazil is having for the new 50, for the last 50 years, we have a big dispute in the market, in the global market. We're investing in funds. What we did with sugar cane, we also do with corn. You have ethanol and a derivative. You have ratio for confined cattle. So you have less deforesting, and you have push in terms of agriculture and pastures. So there is no way. Why doing deforesting if we have these opportunities? This is the central opportunity to be in the COP30 without any deforesting in Amazon. Talking about Amazon, we financed an intelligence of the federal police there, and we will fund the drones, the equipment, the boats, etc., to control the shipping and navigation. And so we won't have, or we will try not to have any illegal issues there in terms of deforesting or any other. We hope that the gods of financing are with us. We will not fund any cattle industry that will not obey the rules, because we have to take care of the herd of the plant of the factory, because we have to consider cattle raising with practices that we already do in the agro. So any entrepreneur that wants funding for the cattle raising, if there is deforesting, it won't be given to him any funding. Just the preliminary step. So the funding system has to be a propeller of good practices, having an agenda that is of transition in terms of environment. We have and have to be the best entrepreneurs and factories in these indicators. We are looking for the equilibrium in terms of green, in terms of warning, up to our COP30. So we have a big effort to have the financial aspects accompanying the practice of manufacturing. So we will be the leadership. The leadership will be with Brazil. And besides that, we have the Restaura in Amazon. The target, they initially 6 million hectares planting new trees, native and productive. We approved. I'm not announcing the winners, but we have 450 million that will be available, non-reimbursable, for planting trees in Amazon. So high standard. Companies will be responsible for the invitation to bid concerning planting seeds. So in COP30, we'll present the result of that. Paulo Antunes, it's a challenge, and he is very happy. He is a partner, and we have other persons that are present here, and the president of other banks that are here. Now we are announcing our news, breaking news. So the potential in terms of decarboning, it's not only deforesting, it's planting trees that will have the carbon duly kept and duly disposed. So we will be the leaders in this transaction. Another aspect that's very important in all this effort in our green economy, besides the minerals and the mining, we have to consider the consequence in terms of health of the population. So all the big factories, Brazilian factories, are innovating in terms of drugs, have a new stage concerning drugs that are using biotechnology. Rest in your mind in peace that next years we'll have very generic drugs that will, because it's very expensive buying medicines, people will pay less triglycerides and cholesterol. Instead of having one medication per night, you're having one per semester. So it's a new stage in terms of vaccination. So you have a record, historically speaking, funding innovation in terms of drugs. That's the hub of the economy in terms of knowledge, innovation, producing more with less cost, attracting the clients with that. One of our conquests is bringing the hydro factory in terms of cars. So we started with innovation, and we are already ordered 2,900 vehicles, and there will be millions for production and certification concerning that. We will be ahead. We will have the flying automobile, and we have two electric ones. The propellers, 8 propellers. It's electric, so it will be reduced the number of propellers. So in that case, it's for few passengers, but it will be a revolution in terms of transport in the future. So it's the flying car. We say that INBS concerning those aircrafts the financing was done by BNDES. When they are exporting to the whole world, and potentially speaking, it's valuating a lot. It's a profile in terms of innovation, in terms of research and development. In the climate fund, we have in our portfolio 20 billion projects of high quality, and projects are coming a lot to BNDES. We have a queue. You see, it is very transparent the way we do in terms of institution. We are very transparent, and those that come first have more possibilities, good projects. Now we have the government working as it is in our program, 20 billion for this fund. The rates are already 6.5, fixed one. It's an instrument that's very important to finance this climate transition, decarboning, and green economy. What I told you here concerning corn, concerning the crops, including for the cooperatives, we increased 63% for the cooperatives funding, mainly the agricultural ones. So we have 20 million people working on that, 65 million reals. So we have to consider the imbalance in terms of tax, but all the cities have cooperatives working on that, not bank anymore. So what we look for is result with good practice. The best practices are there to be more efficient, and to segment that's very important in order to strengthen farming, family farming, bringing more agriculture planters, etc. So people that are getting late, I have my homage to them, because we have to guarantee that there is a guarantee fund. The justification, Betty faced the bottleneck in terms of traffic, but the others should be here earlier. So we have a guarantor fund that we are going to use together with SEBRAE, and we will open for more events. We have 112 billion in 2 years, and so in the next years we will finance the small business companies, so using Banco do Brasil. I also want to wrap up talking about structures. In industry, in agriculture, and in structures, we finance and approve new things that are important innovations. We have 56 projects that are new. The guarantee of the funding is the project. So you use the company and you push them to do more investments. I'll give you an example. Dutra do Futuro is the biggest road project in Brazil. 60 billion real of BNDES, 10.5 billion, guaranteeing Itaú, Santander and Parceiro, and Santander, Itaú, 50% more in terms of capacity. All the cities will have marginal roads, side roads, and so we will have highways increased and enlarged. So 160 billion traffic vehicles in Dutra Road. Why is it so important? Because we have more productivity and more competitivity in Vale do Paraíba, which is a very industrial pole. And Avenida Brasil in Rio de Janeiro, the entrance is a bottleneck and it will be best. And also the side road in São Paulo will be better in terms of traffic. What's the guarantee of this project? Is the toll. Of course, 28 years with the toll, so you have the safety there, not as part of the budget of the company, but budget of the project. So it is an advancement in terms of technology that we're doing with very good expertise. So Brazil is growing 3 billion this year. What's the leader in terms of growth? What's more important is the investment. We need investment, of course. So let's have COP here in Brazil. We'll call the attention of the world. So we are preparing a meeting with President Xi Jinping. So we have announcements of big standards next month. So historically, there will be a change of standard in terms of economy, global economy, and also in trades, financially speaking, commercially speaking. Let's see Brazil as it is, very strong, a very good country. 80% of the mayors have been re-elected, and most of them were former mayors. So people are happy. It's a record in terms of unemployment. It's the highest level in Brazil. So salary is increasing. So what we need to have the industry occupational level, because this is the support in terms of leap. Historically, we have a leap with everything we are doing. So congratulations of the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry as a whole. And Brazil has all the conditions in terms of employment, control of inflation, the satisfaction rate in terms of society. So investment coming back, the structure is being improved. So we have a surplus of over $120 billion. So we are, in terms of balance, in very good position. We have global stability, 200 markets for exports, for Brazilian exports. Okay, interest rate, I'm not talking about it, and because we have to find a way to revert expectation in terms of Brazil, reverting the situation. The government has to spend less without affecting the development of the country. Now, it's not only the pessimists saying that's the forced fail that we have. No, let's have a better promising dialogue. Let us say we have presidents, governors, and mayors working together. It's a big impact, nationally speaking. So my part here, I'm very optimistic. So you get the media. I think that the media is close to the optimism. So we have the biggest foreign investment. And of course, this event will help us in order President Lula delivers to the country the necessary steps for the unemployment possibilities, getting down the rate. And now we have two other meetings that will be very important. Besides the COP30, we also have the BRICS meeting. So that's the ideal moment. There is no bank in Brazil that's better than Banco do Brasil. Tarciana, Banco do Brasil solves everything. If she doesn't solve, BNDES will solve it. So thank you very much for your attention.
Our sincere thanks to President of the BNDES, Aloizio Mercadante, to bring all these discussions over the macroeconomic panorama in Brazil. And now we have the celebration ceremony of partnerships and investment announcements. ApexBrasil Director Ana Repesa has the floor now. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to thank your presence here today on such a Monday in São Paulo. We know it's a very busy day naturally, and it's so nice to see this audience so full in quantity and quality, showing interest in this subject, which is foreign investment. We were privileged to listen to a series of presentations about the economic situation, fiscal situation, political situation in Brazil, our directions for the next years, all the news brought here. All the pieces of news, so they show that we'll have better years ahead of us. ApexBrasil has a role in this scenario. This is a country that is highly attractive for foreign investment, as we have heard here. The fifth biggest destiny of investments as a country. Socioeconomic indicators are better and better, and there is a role to be taken by Apex. Our role to promote export is really known, traditionally known. We have old time partners here in our commercial agenda. In terms of events, it's not clear yet in what our role is, and we are going to hear and see here today what is the Brazil Apex investment. That is to support the incoming of more investments, putting together foreign investors interested in some sectors of Brazil and investment opportunities in our country. It can be brownfield, greenfield, private public companies involved. We have 5 priority sectors: energy, especially in energy transition, agriculture, infrastructure, big works. Minister Tabet will speak here. Social infrastructure, and all the innovation part. Those who are not registered, we have the corporate venture happening in the Intercontinental Hotel in São Paulo. We'll talk about innovation exclusively. So all these priority sectors are aligned. They need to be aligned to one or more public policies in our country. So we work in an aligned way with the PAC, Growth Acceleration Plan, the Ecological Transition Plan of the Treasury Ministry, and the new industrial policies of the Ministry of Development and Trade, brilliantly guided by Secretary Wallace, Secretary Farias, and the Vice President Alckmin. So all these sectors need to be aligned with the public policies so Apex can contribute to a best development of our country, which is sustainable, of course. And we have here signatures of a memorandum of understanding and investments announcements, over 54 billion reais in investments. This is a number 35% higher than what we had last year, and that we are so proud. I congratulate Elena, our investment manager, her whole team for this result. And that shows we are aligned with our country's growth, and we want to contribute more and more for that. So I'd like to invite here to the floor. So I'm breaking the protocol, but our President Jorge Viana and Minister Tabet for the first signature of the Memorandum of Investment and ApexBrasil. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. So we welcome the Minister of Planning and Budget, the President of ApexBrasil for this moment. We have a celebration of partnerships right now, and then we'll have the investment. So the MOI, Memorandum of Investment between ApexBrasil Ministry, the Ministry of Planning and Budget, means to develop efforts for promotion and making public the initiative South American integration routes involving different agents in Brazil, national and subnational company foment support actions actions invested to increment development, potentialize the integration within South American frontiers. We have the Minister of Planning and Budget, Mrs. Simone Tabet. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I greet all my friends. I see here the technical body at Apex, representative of ministries, investors, on behalf of Anna from Apex and the president of Apex, Jorge. They really kindly invited our ministry to be part of this process. I will really be brief because the president, the minister, of course, but president of the BNDES, Mercadante, really had important words here about the Brazilian results in numbers. I just came back from Washington with the Minister Haddad. It's impressive. Foreign investor bid, World Bank, for example, and other players, they have an eye on Brazil because of G20 at the end of the year, COP30 next year, the BRICS banks. So we are in an extremely important moment, and we have two big opportunity windows. Minister Haddad launched the portal of ecological transition policy, and the road wants to know our policies about the agro business, low carbon print. The road wants to know how we are taking care, and we demand participation from the road for the Amazon forest, the biomes, and the message we send to the road is very important. The Brazilian biome, we have one of the biggest sweet water, drinking water sources. Here is a huge opportunity for Brazil and the humankind. And here I'd like to tell you that I have an optimistic view as well, but we'll talk about that later with the Minister Haddad. But I'd like to talk with the partnership with Apex right now. So we have to do what we need for Brazil. We need an opportunity window here, which is unique. We are in the right place at the right time. We have talked about regional integration in South America for over 30 years to decrease inequalities of the regions, but it's more than that. We will not decrease social inequality and poverty if we don't decrease inequalities in Brazil. We cannot have the southeast reach. We have the north, the face of a black woman in Brazil. In the north, it's the face of poverty. We have to end that for everyone's well-being, for everyone's wellness. We have the opportunities here that we did not have 30 years ago, and I have just a couple of slides here for you. This is the map of our products destination 24 years ago. In the year 2000, most exports would go to North America, especially the USA, right? So the Brazilian products in 2010, many people are making picture. This is in the planning ministry portal with the whole presentation, of course, there. 15 years ago, we started seeing that the export profile of Brazilian products changed thanks to the agro business and the movement to the central part of the country. Most products started migrating to the Asian market. in 2023. You can see the color here. When we look at São Paulo, which is exports to America, the second greatest destination is the Asian market. So, facing this scenario, the change of the geoeconomy of Brazil, we can see that we have a window of opportunities. North America, makes their trade interregional. Canada, the USA, and Mexico, they trade about 40% amongst them, and then they buy from Brazil. In Asia, this percentage of trade is about 58%. In Europe, over 60%. When we talk about South America, even including Latin America, we do not reach 18%. So we have a potential here. We have to benefit South America. The whole South America is looking at Brazil. 200 million Brazilians who are potential consumers, and we in South America, we have a whole Brazil, 200 million of South Americans with a trade opportunity. So we presented to President Lula, and we had our 5 integration routes in South America, and they were approved. Roads, ports, airports, waterways, frontier, safety, everything projected. We are not scared to say that we are going to open each one of these routes, including customs. We have that inside the budget within the 2023 forecast without spending any more. We have a private investment included. We can see Amapá to 2026, triple frontier. When we have the COP, Chinese investment close to Peru, from Shanghai to Shanghai, will decrease about 10 days of distance in terms of movement in Route 3. But in Acre, we have the first leg here, Route 4, 2 legs, Route 5. In one of the legs, we can open and inaugurate up to 2026. And the last slide here, I want to thank here the neighboring countries do not have resources, so Mercadante was key here, working with the BID and BNDES. So we developed a portfolio of $10 billion to finance the neighboring states. We were with the World Bank in Washington. They are going to invest. And then we'll talk to President Dilma, including, so bringing the BRICS. So the Plata is investing $1 billion in Paraguay to create the connections we need. And I'm about to finish here. It's important to see how important this is. Our products, your products, ladies and gentlemen, they go through Northeast, but especially the Santos Port, Paranaguá. So we have this yellow line to reach to China, besides integrating South America by means of the Panama Canal in Route 1 and Route 2, 4, and 5 through Chile or Peru. We have 6 ports to be able to reach the east coast of the USA and arrive in China. And I want to close this presentation as a whole would be long, but I wanted to show you how powerful this process is. South American integration, more tourism, more employment, more import-export, an opportunity we haven't been able to measure yet. What we can measure is the the poorest face of Brazil, at the frontiers of the countries and Brazil, it can change due to generation of employment, income, life quality that this project can offer. But for such, we need private investment. Only public investment is not enough. We are below the level of investment we need. So we are able to leverage the percentage of investment, but I needed to bring that. We need, we have no social aspect without fiscal aspect. We, in 2023, it's time to have public policies which are efficient so we can have the necessary investments, like we had a notice in the big newspapers in Brazil. Investment in infrastructure has to double, and that means we need foreign investments and national investment to double the investments in every sector that we mentioned here. We need partnerships. So
with shipping, and this route, integration route, will be a visibility internationally one that we need. So PEC or PEC definitely will put Brazil in the investment route, especially referring railway. Sorry, thank you. Our thanks to the Minister Simone Tebet, and now we invite the authorities to have the signature of this memorandum of understanding. Now, congratulations, ApexBrasil, for the planning and budgeting of this important partnership. We thank again the presence of the minister and the talk, and we invite her to be with us for the next signatures that we'll have in this moment of celebration of partnerships. So now we will invite to take the floor the general manager of South Cone of the BID to sign the letter of intention of the program BID APEC Brasil to attract investment to Brazilian states. So PAX Brazil and the Inter-American Bank of Development are looking for all over the country the responsibility for attracting investment, so using facilitation for this investment and also promoting new portfolio to have more investment, foreign investment, mainly those related to ESG standards. Esse negócio de So, ladies and gentlemen, after the signature of the letter of intention, bid Apex Brazil to attract investment for Brazilian states. Our thanks to the General Manager of the Department of South Cone, Mr. Doyle. So we invite now the Alibaba President Felipe Daoud that nowadays will talk in this forum of investment. We announce that Atex Brazil and the group remembers that we have for 2 years more a fructiferous partnership. So one of the biggest marketplaces of digital business in the world, Alibaba.com and AliExpress, permitting business between 200 countries all over the world. ApexBrasil is looking for Brazilian companies in the e-commerce with a digital presence in a sustainable way. The two institutions support more Brazilian companies to enter the biggest ecosystem B2B in the world, the Alibaba.com platform. Recently, to strengthen its presence in Brazil, logistically speaking, this group has invested in Viracopos Airport in Campinas to have the location of a space that will generate indirect and direct jobs, service, auxiliary services to start this year. So congratulations for Alibaba Group, the expansion of the logistic hub in Brazil, and this partnership with APEC Brazil in the intention of having Brazilian companies in the international e-commerce. Now, sequentially, we thank again the institutional relations, the president of the group that is here, Felipe Daoud, and we will carry on using the investment announcements. In this moment, starting that, the first announcement we invite the Sustainability Director of Prumo Logística, Eduardo Candes. Porto Açu, the Açu Port is the biggest private complex in Latin America. It's a it's with the support of 2 billion reals in the hub with low carbon footprint. And we also invite HIF Global that is announcing 2 billion reals in green hydrogen of Açu Port. So derivatives of low carbon will produce 200 tons of ethanol and 400,000 of green ammonia. So new energy and with low emission of carbon. And so congratulations to Açu Port for this announcement. It's a relevant investment that will contribute to this economy in Brazil concerning low carbon. Now, to have another announcement, we will invite here to the podium the director of Raiz, Mateus Lopes, with also Alexandre Breda of Shell that works also in the sector of low carbon. And we invite the three gentlemen to be to the podium. It will announce a new investment, Raiz, Cell Brasil, and Senai São Paulo. So, Bioenergy Center in Piracicaba, pushing the sugar energy sector with a 220 million, 270 million by Shell, with research and development using Apex Brasil's agreement with the development of new industries with decarboning. So using sugarcane and reinforcing the presence of Brazil as a hub in terms of research and low carbon in several So 200, 500 kilometers square meters, promoting significantly research and development applied in the country. So another announcement. Continuing, we invite to the podium the representative of Nodox, Leonardo Uhara, a Swedish company that is announcing an investment in Brazil, implanting a battery using liquid. So mobility with focus on technology that comes from Europe. We will start this innovation with a volume of 100 million reais, 22 million in the next 2 years, and the expectation of generating employment in terms of direct and indirect 250 million. So services with performance with that are in the ideal conditions and with low cost. We have the participation of these companies. These are players of the national industry as a whole. We're doing a bridge with the different states, and let's see where we locate these factories in Brazil, and they will be very productive and good for the country. Now, we have other announcements. We have the celebration of three important announcements done by companies that are multinational and are from US. So in Brazil, they are brought now new investments with the support of American Chamber, and we invite the CEO of AmCham, Abrão Neto, so he'll be part of the next announcements. AmCham. Now, for the investments of AWS in Brazil, CEO Kleber Moraes. We have the investment plan in over 10 billion reais up to 34 to operate and maintain a data center in Brazil. And so it is located in São Paulo, and there is demand and use of IE, generative IE, so it reinforces the commitment of AWS to be a leader of data transformation in Latin America. Congratulations for the plan aligned with the national priorities, including economic development, business, and digital information. So, carry on another announcement. We invite Legal Vice President of Microsoft Brazil, Elisa Abdala Neto. The announcement refers to the development of IE and this data centers. The AI is launching 0.27 billion reais. In Brazil, we have the technology to leverage the economic progress of the country. We have two data centers, São Paulo and Rio de Janeiro. We have robotics and logistics, which are determinant for the localities that will receive the new data centers of the country in terms of artificial intelligence. And we work also via this company. Resilience, Connecting IE is a new program. So we have education taking part in it. Congratulations for the future vision in Brazil. And now we invite CEO and founder of Scala Data Centers, Marcos Peigo, a leader in sustainable data centers, so demanding high technology in terms of artificial intelligence and machine learning, developing the biggest demand of the digital use. So we have certified renewable energy, reinforcing the alignment with sustainability in the company. So we have 10 centers in Brazil, one in Chile and one in Mexico. So we are starting here in Jundiaí, Campinas, Fortaleza in Brazil, 27 billion up to 26. 20,000 new employments. Congratulations, that will put Brazil as a pole of artificial intelligence and also regaining the recovery of Rio Grande do Sul after the accidents that we had in that state this year. So congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention. And now we have the interval, lunch interval that is offered here, and we will come back here at 2 o'clock. We hope also that you are online, so come back at 2 o'clock. Just a moment. We have the president of Apex. I just want to thank your attention. The announcements that are done now show what happens in a country that has done its own job. So we have a sustainable clean energy matrix. So one of these companies will invest 40 billion in reals in data centers. You have to have renewed energy for that. Amazon also 10 billion in data center. So it means artificial intelligence. In the past, it was millions and millions of people. Here, it's not the same, but it means lots of consumption of energy, lots of. And our country has renewable energy. We are ahead of others. That's why it's an address for this kind of investment. Thank you very much to have an event like that. So the country is doing this type of announcement. It's APEC, and of course, not only Apex, but the optimists and the pessimists have to be together to have the good reading and the right reading. What we have here, we have announced 50 billion investment in, in two plants, almost 50. So it's the double what we had before. So it generates employment because pulp is an extraordinary resource. So I'm very optimistic. And Décio is our partner, Sebrae, 100%. Sebrae and Apex have a convenium. We are hand in hand. We will have entrepreneurship. And when they start to be exporters, we will be happy. So that's the closing of our morning. After this announcement in terms of investment, we have the networking, what you have seen and what you've heard online. We will come back with our activities at 2 o'clock sharp.
Senhoras, senhores, bem-vindos de volta, bem-vindas de volta. Um prazer tê-los aqui. Este é o Fórum Brasil de Investimentos, promovido pela Agência Brasileira de Promoção de Exportações e Investimentos, ApexBrasil, em parceria com o Governo Federal e o Banco Interamericano de Desenvolvimento.
We have the hashtag BIF2024. It's an official hashtag besides hashtag investimentos, hashtag ApexBrasil, hashtag sustentabilidade, and hashtag opportunity. Please follow us in the social media. Thank you for everyone who's with us remotely by means of the official channels. We have live transmission by the Apex channel and YouTube. You who are making part of this event, you have received an email from mybusinessmatch.com. Please check your spam if you have not received it. You have a link over there so you can access the platform, an app through which you can connect other participants from this event. And you can also set up meetings with these participants with the whole Apex Brazil team support. Meetings can be here in one of the rooms here, so face to face. You can talk to the Apex team. So it's very intuitive. Just access this web link and you can support new businesses. Program Eco Invest Brazil, Catalyst for Foreign Investments, our first panel. So the panel moderator is the general manager of the Southern Cone Countries Department of the Inter-American Development Bank, Morgan Doyle. To moderate this panel. And also as debaters, we have the Secretary of the National Treasury, Rogério Serão de Oliveira, and the Sustainability Director, Luciano Nicola, the head of Global Bank of Banco HSBC, Marcelo Soares, and also João Paulo Cleaning. So the moderator has the floor now. Perfect. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being with us in this first panel here. We are going to talk about a subject that is very innovative even in the international landscape. And it's very important as well. At the BID, we are very hopeful that this model will inspire other countries. We have governance here to connect investors which are interested in taking part in this Eco Invest program, and on the other side, green fuel possibilities. We have a financial institution and governmental institution. Rogério Serão, thank you for being here in this financial innovation uh, theme here. The participation of solid and robust financial institutions like Itaú Unibanco. Welcome, Luciana Nicola, Sustainability Director. Thank you for being here. HSBC, represented by Marcelo Soares, and the BRDE, represented by Mr. João Pedro Klein, Financial Director. They have participated in the first auction. We can tell you that the results will be a success. Minister Haddad mentioned that 45 billion reais were leveraged. It's very relevant. This mechanism and the others that will come will represent multiplication of resources with robust rules and transparency, so we can get aligned with the government's ecological priorities. The institutions are robust, the level of experience is high, so I want to listen to these participants. That's why I'm not going to extend myself here. Secretary, my question, a relevant question, is the success of this first auction of the Eco Invest is a success, a huge success. Can you explain it, please? Good afternoon. I want to greet the Morgan bid. Congratulations, Apex, for the event. Luciana, Marcelo, João, here present. My greetings. Eco Invest program. We launched it with the goal to mobilize capital to generate ecological transformation with public and private funding, national, local, and the ministry, to make an aggressive agenda possible and also very necessary. So the first program was the eco-investment funds. It's made of public catalysts and private catalysts to raise investment for replanting, biofuel production, reforesting. And in the middle of the year, we launched it on the 11th of October. It was the last day to hand in the proposals. It was a huge success. We had 10 financial institutions, the big ones, the private ones, the public ones as well, the official banks. They all took part in this auction. The final result was a demand of about 7 billion reais as a catalyst public capital that leverage another 38 billion reais. So the final result of proposals was 45 billion worth 45 billion reais worth of projects. So it's really an opening, a launch of a huge success with a huge appeal to the institutions. In our opinion, it was a huge success. We had relevant demand, and we have the design of the program. It is an auction. It is a bid, it's like an auction. So it is open for public banks, public institutions, private institutions. That's healthy. We need to create a network of actors and financiers to put this agenda together. So we have different institutions alone is different. When we put them together, it generates a very healthy environment. The auction really attracted the interest of a big institution. It's an auction of the global market, and then the financial institution is free. They can choose the projects, the players to be contemplated, and everything creates a very healthy demand, and it unites public and private capital. This public-private partnership in the credit area for investment really has all the necessary characteristics to make it work well in the public service as well. This partnership grows. So very clarifying this comparison with the PPP, public-private investment. So very nice. So let's listen to the financial institutions, Luciana. Itaú Unibanco. You are one of the institutions who took part. What type of concrete initiative you want to see realized? I'd like to say that we have a blended finance line, which is important for the financial sector. We have had tested models to see how we could bring this catalyst capital to be able to promote new technologies, actions that will lead the economy to a low carbon, greener economy. That's very important. It is the remedy we need for some issues. So when it is very transversal as well, expanding towards different projects. So we took a look at the initiatives that we have, focusing on decarbonization when we think about the climate agenda, the resources necessary. So we have the amount of trillions of reais necessary for investment. How can we direct such resources to leverage initiatives that would have some difficulties to be really effective, competitive? So the Brazilian taxonomy, the sustainable one, has been discussed. So we looked at it. We looked for projects. We looked into our portfolio to see our clients that are focusing on decarbonization, focusing on environmental initiatives, to see how they use the financing lines to transform their businesses. We presented proposals in all 4 lines: biofuel, which is important, aligned to the urban mobility, and for the sustainable agribusiness as well. Mobility as a whole was the focus. What is it possible in Brazil in terms of a hybrid up to electrification of the cars? So circular economy also, we have not seen huge success of that. We need circular economy to be able to have a decarbonization. We want to look at waste generation, to look at the industry as a whole. We try to see the projects that we have today that could be driven by the blended finances. So we have the secretary with a hard mission here to decide, but will have huge volume that will be invested in Brazil to foster this economy, but also to attract external investment. We have positive aspects. Blended finance will really unlock this agenda. Very happy to hear you. Yeah, we talked about the taxonomy and how to link the two parts. That's very interesting. Now, Marcelo from HSBC. So, this line type of project to promote sustainability in the ecological transition, how can this line help you? Thank you. Thank you all here, Luciana, João Paulo, Secretary. The Blended Finance Initiative comes at a very timely moment. We have global initiatives, and we can see that as a very, very interesting and a special initiative to really migrate capital for the energy transition. When we talk about sustainable initiative, this is a very, very powerful agenda. We have the global strategic pillars. We want to invest up to $1 trillion up to 2030. So the investments is made with capital structure, strengthening the whole energy transition agenda. Brazil can be a leader, global leader. We have the energy grid, which is renewable. We have the fleet. Most of the vehicles run on alcohol and or ethanol, right? So we have all the necessary basis for the transition. We talk internally and with the global investors, and there are relevant and scalable projects which are being looked at. So with the amount of capital we saw here mentioned, that really drives this agenda. When we look at the project portfolio that we want to finance, look back there, we started and there was a team inside the treasury. We had a group and we mapped our clients to see the projects within the eligible sectors for the auction that happened in the beginning of the month. So we placed our proposals. When we talk about the projects, biofuel, in fact, for Brazil, we think it has an agenda that will grow. We start with renewable fuel, SAF, sustainable fuel for aviation, all the projects. We have a specific project that comes with a few $1 million investments. It's an integrated project. It goes from the seed to the fuel. So Macaúba is a native Brazilian plant that will cultivate. It has high heat power. We'll plant it in degraded area in the north of Minas and Bahia, and then it will be used in refineries, and it will start producing 1,000 barrels of fuel called SAF per day. This fuel will be used in Brazil, outside Brazil, in North America, Europe, and other global markets. It has a huge potential that starts big, and it is very scalable. And then we We have projects in solid waste treatment, in sanitation. We have the universalization of water and sewage treatment, ecological recovery of degraded area, as I mentioned, interconnection of isolated systems. That's another project. So we have a very large portfolio of sectors and projects. So we are ready to roll up our sleeves and work with our clients very soon.
Thank you very much for your explanation and the several sectors congregating all the others. We understand how it's placed. João Paulo now, it's a public bank, so it's a state bank. In Rio Grande do Sul's activity, this bank was very powerful. What are the expectations? Thank you, Morgan, Serum, all the presidents that are here. So it's a state bank in the southern part of Brazil. Sustainability is our focus. 70% of our operations are linked to one of the ODS. We are a green bank, and we look for that constantly. This is an opportunity we're having in the 7th Brazil Invest Forum. Then we potentialize what we are doing. This program is very innovative, so you provide credit. The characteristic is market instrument, so it leads to competition. And what we are seeing with the regard of footprint decarbonization, so in the productive chains in the region. An example, for instance, we are doing with Santa Catarina Industry Group, we are doing decarbonization concerning the swine herd. So in Santa Catarina, you have 1% of the whole country, but it contributes to 30% of exports of this kind of cattle, the swine cattle. So it is a state that has lots of cooperatives. It's a model, it's a standard, and it takes big steps to do it. And if you compare to the rest of Brazil, and so decarbonizing this chain is very important. We have a partnership with Senai concerning the small business. That's the new industry in Brazil. Senai is the union of all the industries in the education sector. So the public service per se, it could be different in the South region when it refers to the resilient cities and also the mitigation that we have to see in the climate change. Everybody knows what happened in Rio Grande do Sul. The other banks helped us and other entities as well. Santa Catarina State has already passed this with floods. Blumenau, where I come from. So we are using the resources and having more resilient cities, counting especially with Rio Grande do Sul's conditions to improve. So having alert concerning or warning concerning a situation like what we had in the beginning of the year. So we have a big expectation in terms of programs, and together we will give the response that the society is waiting for. So, João Paulo, thank you. And a second thing that we have to observe, and in fact, we support you. Would you tell us which are the next steps in this effort? First of all, one of the 4 instruments that we have have in a generic way, all the sectors, eligible sectors in the economy are covered, with few exceptions like sun or wind energy isolatedly, but we covered almost all sectors. So we're trying a model and considering the network of partners acting to promote credit. In this line, the intention is having thematic calls. We informed the participants that we would work considering the 2025 years, mainly considering the degradable lands, recovering the lands in a sustainable way, having the pastures duly done. So we're getting there. We have a call in the near future uh, involving financial institutions using our possibility of recovering and getting 1 million hectares that will be productive in a sustainable way. It's bold, but we hope to count on our partners to make it real. So we'll have productive credit. This is one of the things in our agenda. There are other tools, three other ones that will be regulated. I'll cover briefly. One, focus on the exchange rates, what we have in terms of having foreign currencies sent to Brazil. There will be a line for that to discuss the regulations. So we have to pinpoint the building of the program, the follow-up, etc., the BID helping us, and having other consulting companies helping us, listening to the market's voice, having everything regulated. And also there is an axle regarding to the supply and looking for and reducing at the same time uncertainty, looking for right targets and considering sustainable projects in Brazil, the return will be on hard currency. And last but not least, the support of financial tools and together with the sexy Security Exchange Commission. So this is the first step in the projects to have finally, but not at least, the eco-transformation. This phase we consider a previous one, but it needs a regard that has to be very careful because we want to be exports. So along the end of this year and beginning of next year, we will place the regulation in a systematic way. Thank you, Secretary. We are in the second round, and I would like to hear from the banks, how do you see the synergy? What has been commented by the Secretary? You commented the effort of your institutions in this sense. So what can you tell me about it? Yeah. In Itaú, we had an objective that has been fulfilled in July, 400 million in positive impact until 25th of December. In June, we are beyond that had been expected. So there is a huge demand of shares, on action, on projects, on this transition aspect. What did we learn with it? When we consider agribusiness, there is a step that is good, transforming the degraded area into agriculture areas. So we invested 1 billion, and what we've seen, it's mapping that was not so deep. In fact, we have more than 10. So it's not only positive, but it also helps with the carbon footprint and in the food chain when you consider the production done by the farmers. And the green plant, we have our regard on it. You see, let us say it's capturing carbon in the agro. Okay, but when you have big initiatives, how do you bring the brainer to start unblocking and having the Brazilians' potential to use the best practice in Latin America? And so what we see concerning the captures, we have to replace the raw material in the clients that we have in our portfolio. Some have a costly way because the transition has to be fair. You cannot have more costs and no access of the population to the product. On the other hand, we have to look for the solution. We have to try our new technologies. And again, to have the blender science, to help the clients to put things in practice, looking for their own solutions, but not with the additional credit. The cost has to be lower in order we try other things. When I consider the sustainable economy in Brazil, we will have two factors that will be very clear. One will unblock and bring more financing. The criteria will be clearer. And the other one will avoid the greenwash. So in the sustainable aspect in Brazil, we know what generates impact. We have debates about that. But we are very anxious to see what will happen after this investment forum. I think that it is in line with what's been said, the effort transition to net zero. So it will change and it will bring the private and public sides together. In the case of Eco Invest, it's an example. And concerning regulation and the carbon credit market, the voluntary one, the regulated one. So the law 14801, it gives priority to foreign investment, competitive conditions, more competitive than in the past. This is done with private banks and development banks. More and more, there is flexibility for the parts to work together. And that's what makes us speed up the agenda. An example, we issued 2 months ago the first auto carbon. It will help the reforesting of Amazon. Of course, it will bring the investors to the reforesting for the forest growth in Amazonia. So there is demand. What the investors are saying is that we want big projects with liquidity that in fact it will move towards the agenda we're looking for. So we are motivated. The important point is each one doing its best. Thank you. João Paulo, we don't have much time. Okay, let's see. Considering what's been said in the South, the small business sustainable one is our biggest asset and challenge. All the years we pointed out that the small property can be profitable in a sustainable way, and this is the characteristic. The resources will take everything onwards. So projects with hydro managing, because sometimes there is excess of water, sometimes there is lack of water. in the state, in Paraná state as well. There are challenges, and the objective is helping in this improvement, management improvement. Two other issues: innovation. Eco-invest brings what the banks are working. How do you show your change? How do you have that in the proposal? What's the index you show? What are you saying? And you have to consider and be thoughtful about it because you have to improve your process. It's institutional gain, communication with the society. So you are following the advances. It's a challenge that we have, as has been said here. So with the innovations, we will answer the society's questions. We close and thank again for the participants, for the presence of the participants of this panel. Innovation, it's notorious. Congratulations for the information and lots of success with your project. Congratulations. Okay, thank you very much, the participants of this first panel of the afternoon in the 7th edition of the Brazil Investment Forum. Second panel now, considering the future as a green future. How we reach it. Clean matrix is the start of the economy. Brazil's vocation, traditional and renewable energy. Opportunities of sustainable investments. Green future is our target. Energy transition. What are the strategies? Okay. Now, to coordinate and moderate the talk, we invite Communication Director of ApexBrasil, Gil Maranhão. To debate, CEO of Raizen, Ricardo Mussa, and CEO of MDB South America, João Marques, Lígia Pinto, Vice President, and the Secretary of Industry Ministry, Márcio Tobias Rosa. Lígia Pinto is of Sigma. Moderator is with the board. Good afternoon, all of you. We know that transition to an economy that depends less on carbon or neutral carbon. So there are challenges for companies, people, and countries. So it applies in each country in a certain way. The maturity varies from country to country, but challenges are opportunities. Can be seen as opportunities, and sometimes they are. The challenges and opportunities are several and interlinked, different intensity, with feedbacks and impacts on each other. I heard and listed some items: electrification, renewable electrification, inserting gas and biogases and fuels in the matrix, sustainable mobility, energy consumption with parsimony, access to grids, nexus of electric energy in food and water,
integration, electromolecule, regional integration, it was mentioned here this morning, the vocations, the raw materials of each region and country, AS, ESG standards, goals and objectives which must be clear, reachable, that can be made public and which are science-based. The loads that are difficult to electrify via grid, the financing of all that, preservation of what was not impacted yet, with a lot of information, education of the populations, environmental education, climate education. People will not engage if they do not know what is at stake. That's our view. All that must be done with fairness and inclusion. No one can be left behind. Fortunately, that applies in different ways in every country. I mean, that is different in each country, and fortunately, Brazil has a very advantageous initial place because we have about 80% of our capacity that is renewable. We have raw material in abundance. In 2050, we'll have 15 times the quantity of raw materials compared to our demand load for electricity. And that's unique in the world. To make things more complicated, governments, they have to defend their tariffs, energy security, and we still have to attract investment above all that. And the companies need to be transparent in terms of reports. They have to deal with more and more demanding standards. They have to be a good place to work for, and they still have to show results. So that applies in regions. It applies to regions, companies, and countries in different ways. In Brazil, we have three big companies that are in different positions in the chain, but all of them are directly impacted, and they have risks and opportunities linked to all these subjects. And MEDIC will also bring a different view of the government. It's a view about the industry. Ricardo Mussa, Ricardo, besides CEO of Raízen, a large ethanol and biofuel producing company, he is also a chair of energy transition. It is an energy be science-based. The efficiency has to be doubled. And the third is how to reduce deforestation. So we call that natural-based solution or nature-based solution. So you give an award to a country that does not causes deforestation, extensive discussion. So now we are taking these recommendations to the G20 so the countries may adopt it. So right now, I have one sentence I repeat. Brazil is on the solution side. So we are ahead. I have goals. I see multinational companies bigger than ours with goals of for 2050, and those goals are at the points where Raízen is today. So Brazil and we have more demand than we can meet. Brazil is in the right place. We have lots of natural resources, sun, land, water, people to work. We have a good workforce, and the world needs what we are manufacturing today. The quantity of investment, meaning to have renewable energy for export, this is clear. Climate change, okay, Brazil has the opportunity to help the world to benefit from it because we'll bring investment here. How does it all reflect over our companies? My company, we are a big producer of a biomass. Sugarcane is very efficient as biomass, but we use the biomass badly. 1/3 of the energy is in sugarcane, but the bagasse is very badly used. It's mostly used in sugarcane plants. It's used to run the the plant by vapor. So Brazil starts having solar and wind energy abundantly and cheaply. And the sector does not use that energy. We burn sugarcane bagasse. If we could integrate, like you mentioned, the water electron integration. So instead of exporting energy to the grid, let's imagine that the sectors become electrified. You have a bagasse in excess, and then you can make ethanol with it, and then you export that energy to Europe. So the way Brazil exports wind and solar energy, about the battery, Sigma will talk about it. We are unable to stock wind yet. So Brazil will have a surplus of renewable energy, so we can attract investment, export energy to the rest of the world. So we can be part of the solution. Brazil has to reduce deforestation, not emissions. We are well placed. We have huge opportunity to electrify our sector. We can improve the ethanol production by using technology. We don't have to cut one tree down, not even one. So we have the HVO export, liquid renewable export, which is our biofuel. We can use the excess of local energy for export and for industrialization. Will benefit because we are in the right place at the right time. We are part of the solution, not of the problem. Power sharing is one of the opportunities Brazil has to export industrialized products. We are abundant in renewable energies. It should appeal to companies which are in countries where they cannot meet their own goals inside their companies or the national standards. João, partner in the electric sector, a fighter. We fought the same fights. We have a sector which is very complex. At end, we say that our electric sector is that game of small threads. You know, if you move one, everything falls. So because we have multiple simplicity of capital, of regulations, to make it all work and work with private and listed companies, which is huge challenge. Brazil has unique and creative solutions like the MRE that allows companies to finance, build, and hire hydroelectric projects in their private and listed company. This is unique in Brazil. But we have a whole complexity and factors. How does EDP sees the opportunities at the short, mid, and long term, João? Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here with you. Now, my accent will be different now. Brazil, I agree, is part of the solution. 85% of renewable energy is in Brazil. So we can say, oh, nice, we can pack and leave. No, it's not that way. There are many challenges. We have the key challenge is how to conciliate public targets from public entities with the private money, private investment. And the investment will come if the projects are profitable. And if there is no investment, no targets will be met. That's a problem of the Earth planet. The renewable targets for 2030 in the world, not only in Brazil, will not be met because there is not private investment channelized within the necessary quantity to meet the targets. Statistically speaking, Brazil in 2023 had 11 giga of renewable additions without considering the GD solar. 11 giga. So, what will the additions be in 2027? 4 giga from 23 to 4. Do we have less wind, sun, less climate conditions? No, of course not. And so why? For two reasons. To invest today in renewable generation is complicated because of the market prices. The liberalization in the future will hinder the renewables auctions because the distributors will not commit to buy energy for 15 years if the market frees it or puts it in the market by 2030. So renewable auction was attempted. Minister Silveira was correct in what he said, but the distributors do not think that because liberalization is coming. There is a bad word in English called curtailment. The regional countries, Chile has a big level of curtailment, but Brazil, especially in the Northeast, especially Ceará and Rio Grande do Norte, also got to know the meaning of this big word. So there is no investment in renewables. We have to invest in transmission lines. Transmission is of the essence to drain the generation from the northeast to the southeast where the demand is. So a lot has been done, but we need to accelerate that. But finally, we have to think about people. People, they interact with distribution. People's interaction with electricity starts at the distribution moment. In the year 2023, we had the lowest value in history of interruption type, that is clients without energy. The average Brazilian in 2023 had 11 hours and 15 minutes without energy. Accumulated numbers in the year. The average North American citizen had 5 hours and 30 minutes, half of the Brazilian value. I am in Europe, it's bad to say, but it's 1 hour in Europe, and that data is in the internet. So we have subterranean lines, so the conservation is bigger. And the essential point is we need to invest. We have 11 hours and 15 minutes. It is the best in Brazil's history, the result of investment. But in 10 years' time, I hope Brazil has the same as the USA. So two continental countries with physical characteristics which are similar. So about price, it's a long conversation. We need plans, capacity of foreseeing problems, of extreme climate situations. So there are many situations, and this is my contribution. Planning is very important. Maybe a bit more planning, which would be deterministic and less indicative, would really be good for the electric sector. I cannot say that everywhere, people think I want to go back to the past, but that's not it. We have challenges and some unknown factors in the equation. Maybe a bit more of deterministic planning would do well to our sector.
Now, Ligia, please, Director of Sigma, lithium, which is the biggest producer of lithium in Brazil, raw material that is essential for the electric cars, and concerning mobility, sustainable mobility, one of the biggest or recently biggest phenomena. In Brazil, we have competition with other sources that have a logistic that's more established. I would like to ask your view, which are the opportunities and challenges for a company, industrial company like yours, Sigma Lithium. Good afternoon. Congratulations. The federal government, especially the debate that is so good. We are all here together. Geo has fostered our thoughts concerning each one's representation of their own companies in terms of challenges and opportunities in this moment of emergency in terms of climate change and energy changes. I was considering from this point of view the critical minerals and strategical minerals that have to be processed to feed batteries, to be used in batteries for the electric cars. In this sense, I believe that Sigma has taken this challenge in hands, considering the urban mobility that requires electrification, and took it as an opportunity for the country. Sigma nowadays produces lithium for batteries, grau bateria, that does the electric cars, and it operates in Brazil, Jequitinhonha Valley, but its market is global. We intend to have it domestic in the future, as there is planning for hybrid cars production. But step one, as in Brazil we have done our homework and planned alternatives like ethanol. Brazil has way outs to the rest of the world, but we do not have it completely. Eventually, it's a pity, isn't it? The cost of yours is being inserted in this moment, the logistics for export, etc. But in fact, we do have the support of the government. What's a challenge? Being a new company in this sense. So it's an opportunity for the company that is, in this moment, facing the global demand and is focused on exports. And the world is requesting green products. We can do that. No other country produces the concentrate of lithium for battery. Brazil is the only one that is, since the scratch, not using nocive chemicals. So, if you understand the project, if you understand the area concerning lithium, it's weird not to use the sulfuric acid. It's more difficult, more costly. It's been difficult to develop this technology, but it has been a challenge. If you consider in terms of activities to extract the material, the mineral, the whole world considered it. And processed lithium, hard rock, as Americans say, in the rocks. Hard rock. The production has always been done using waste dams. Brazil has suffered a lot. Nowadays, our Congress is articulating that they don't want the dams commissioning, but we will start without dams. Let's consider the commissioning something else. Just to wrap up, in fact, we have a new product, sustainable one, representing the country. It's something that you can track easily. It observes the social aspects, the human resources, the metric is easy. So it's a challenge that Brazil transformed a challenge into potentiality. That's what we are sharing here. Thank you, Lígia. Now, Márcio will talk. Márcio is the Executive Secretary of MODIC. We talked about the opportunities and factors and challenges. Of course, everything needs public policies that will start with capacitation, education, innovation, regulation. Just one examples: licensing, the demanding. It has to have some control of the science. We would like to hear from you from the government's point of view, the opportunities and challenges for the national industry. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Gil, Lígia, Ricardo, and João. I see lots of people that I know, and I know a lot, and I like a lot. Floriano, etc. The governor Paulo Tung, the ambassador Aldemar has mentioned the MR. I am a witness of that. President Lula, since the first meeting, said Brazil has to have a position commercially in front of the world, or will be more in the periphery. And so all the understanding with the foreign markets is conquering new markets, understanding it better. So if you don't do agreement, does not mean that they're not doing anything. Someone else is taking your place. So we have to consider the competition. And Apex team is doing a marvelous work. The results are magnificent. So it's history. Congratulations, Marcela, that is here, our COMEX secretary. She has a team. She's a leader of a team that's spectacular. They work with regulation, competition. Pedro Guerra, that you'll be here talking to. I have to answer to your question. How Brazil sees that, how the government sees that. An opportunity due to the biggest challenge proposed. Concerning transition, this green economy, necessarily, it's linear. Okay, is it circular? Do you have to invest in it? We are taking necessary measures. One of the missions, we have 6 missions, is decarboning, transitioning the green economy, and the others are associated to that. Nowadays, every industry has to be sustainable. If, in fact, Brazil has been with the precocious deindustrialization, we have to regain that industry back. And we have to be sustainable. That's why we call it neo-industrialization, not re-industrialization, because it's a new industry with new levels. It has to be digital, sustainable, productive, competitive, and exporting companies. These sectors we are referring to, they will remain as business if we use foreign markets. Many sectors the domestic market does not cover. We need, for instance, in the defense industry, investments and others. Besides that, everybody is big enough or old enough to see that politically some changes come, some climate change are here. And so checking everything, we have to observe the global chain in terms of value. So if you consider Japan, when they had tsunami, it has broken the supply of semiconductors to the whole world. So the moment the world is redoing his pact with the rest of the world, we have to be competitive, and we have a big chance in being competitive here. Brazil, Indonesia, and Congo. They have the big forests, and that can offer to the world an industry that's more sustainable. Of course, people like to say that Asia has been chosen to implement manufacturing, but the cost was the only determinant value. And so China was there. And China came back with a product to the rest of the world. Everybody's now defending minimally. So from now onwards, to answer the reduction targets, in 2050 we have to be better than we are today. It's necessary that manufacturing is guided by the sustainability, not only low cost, where it's sustainable. So again, Brazil can offer it. The government is doing that. Future fuel, the national plan of hydrogen. What are we having in CAMEX, in the commercial defense? Everything is showing that when we have a decision, political decision, with security, so stability is key, political stability, so economically healthy, and the rest will be sustainability. Everything, like companies that are here, will believe in that. Everyone will believe in that. So for the moment, it's quite good. My big concern, I have to mention that, is that we cannot be contradictory in political decisions. Our energy matrix is sustainable. Clean energy, 85%. But we still live with Northeast or North energy using diesel. And there is some coal production too. If we do not take care of this matrix, the steel inox will be despised. So the steel, green steel, will be despised. We have to live very clear that this is a big opportunity. And we cannot be conflicting with this target. So the government acknowledges that this is the biggest issue nowadays. We are attracting the trust of the entrepreneurship. Good news. UNIDO has published a list. What's the position of industry in Brazil? Until the beginning of the year, it was in the 70s. Now we are 30 ranks above. So 16 for the third time in 9 months. It's grown. So we grew a lot in terms of invoicing since last year. It's fundamental for the foreign trade. If we are able to maintain, just to wrap up, to maintain this good relationship with MDICs, trying to maintain that, and all the measures taken in the green government, I say that the third mandate of President Lula with a frank dialogue. If we keep that and do not commit contradictory situations, we will attract the trust of the entrepreneurship and this energy that's this capital that rounds the development, pushes the development. We have to have a good environment for business. Secondly, we can carry on based on that. Our vocation in Brazil, we have the appetite for a sustainable industry. See the result of the 70s. Could be hydrogen. It was not, because it would be very expensive. The energy was very expensive. Cost of energy had to be solved mainly for the industry. Gas for the industry, etc. Solving the cost issue. So Brazil has all the conditions for that. Now, if we're able to add value to the commodity we export, it will be perfect. Let's crush the soybean here, producing biofuel, biomass, then we export. China buys and the soybean we produce. I would prefer seeing it already crushed in Brazil and sold like that. The same we do with sugarcane, alcohol, ethanol. We have a big capacity of investment. Nowadays, we produce in biofuel 3 billion cubic meters. It may be 80 million of cubic meters. Okay, being conservative, 18 million. For the year, the invoice can be 35 B in dollars. So it's an avenue of business that can be viable. And the federal government is responsible to know that this is an absolute priority. G20 absorbed the recommendations. The meeting was last Tuesday, led by MRA. Tarciana was there. It will define that one of the principles of international trade is sustainability. And trade has to be based on science and its advancement. Another necessity is strengthening of the multilateral system to solve conflicts. So the world trade has to act in the development. So China and the United States have to respect the world trade. So it's time to do that. Thank you, Marcio. Unfortunately, our time is over, and I would like to thank the participation of Lígia, João, Márcio, and Ricardo. Final comment. Ricardo has mentioned in the beginning of his talk, the biggest challenge nowadays in crisis moment. Something that we talked in the beginning of your work in the G20. We all know what, or more or less, we know what has to be done. Globally speaking, perhaps there is some issue here or there in any factor that we mentioned. Everybody knows what has to be done, despite the issues. So thank you all for the excellent talk. If I could, I would stay longer with you, covering the whole afternoon. I thank the audience for its interest. Good afternoon, everyone.
Our sincere thanks to the participants of this second panel. Please, we are now going to make the official picture. I thank the participants of this second panel, and now we are going to a third one. We are going to have challenges for building a world with food safety. Feeding with sustainability. Our focus is productivity with low environmental impact. We use innovation and technology for sustainable agriculture. Challenges in building a world with food safety. So, to moderate this conversation, we invite the Secretary of Commerce, International Relations of the Agricultural Minister, and Luis Rua. And to debate this subject, we have the Minister of Development, Agrarian Development and Family Agriculture, Paulo Teixeira, Thais Basso Amaral from Embrapa, and the Sustainability Director of JBS Brasil, Liege Correia. Be all welcome to the 7th edition for Brazil of Investment stage. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to congratulate ApexBrasil for the initiative, to thank for the invitation to moderate, and also bring the greetings of our Minister of Agriculture and Cattle Raising, Mr. Favaro, and Minister Paulo Teixeira, Thais Amaral, researcher from Embrapa, and Liege Correia from JBS. Thank you for your participation. Today, we'll talk about the challenges to building a road with food safety. And I think that with a sense of responsibility and reality, Brazil is very relevant to be left aside such discussions, and it has what we have had in this government is a more effective participation of Brazil in the international forums. Brazil is a country that during the last 50 years, we changed from importing food, a dependent country from outside food, and becomes one of the 3 main exporting countries of food products. Brazil is leader in the coffee chain, sugar, soybean, cattle meat, chicken meat, and different products that Brazil is a leader, but without forgetting the national market. So, if we think about what motivated Brazil to reach this level and help the road in terms of food safety, we can see the role of science and technology. And we are talking within the national research in terms of farming, agriculture, and cattle raising. We have to mention Embrapa. Embrapa is a country that is successful. Embrapa, in the last 50 years, we increased by 6 our agriculture and cattle raising production, but we increased the use of land by only 1.5%. So Brazil is considered to be an important partner in terms of food safety. We are going to continue on this line. We have governmental programs to support that. We have the ABC program, Sustainable Practices program. We had a record crop this year, a record harvest. So we are creating the Brazil that works well, that is successful. We have new challenges nowadays, transformation of the population, migrations to the city, flooding, drought, climate change difficulties in terms of production and trading of products. So we have to think about alternative ways to guarantee food on the table in a democratic way, respecting this constantly transforming world. So, Minister Paulo Teixeira, please. Minister, how can we effectively have public policies for farming, family farming, to meet the needs of this changing world? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I want to greet Aloizio, Secretary of Commerce and International Relations, Thais Amaral from Embapa, Liege Correia, Director of Sustainability at JBS, and Ana Terra, Secretary uh, uh, of Food Production, Food Sovereignty. The challenge of Brazil is exactly food sovereignty, to have healthy food, adequate healthy food. Brazil is an exporter of grains, protein, but a country has insufficient production of rice, beans, green leaves, fruit, vegetables, and the price is high for a part of the population, let's say. So we need to guarantee the human right to food, to healthy food for every Brazilian. Every Brazilian needs to have access to healthy food. This is an obsession of President Lula throughout his political journey. And the challenge must have meals 3 times a day, to get out the hunger map. We were successful to do that in 2014, but we went back into such map in 2023. But we were able to take 25 million Brazilians out of the hunger map. But this is a challenge of the whole Brazilian society, not only the government. But besides that, we have another challenge, which is the price of the food. Many people stopped eating uh, food of our culture and started eating processed food. And the health problems are huge in terms because of a bad food. So we have another challenge, which is to re-educate the citizens and to produce food in a sufficient quantity to help decreasing food price. In this 1 year and 10 months, oh, so Brazil, the president launched a very powerful harvest plan with a negative interest rate, healthy food, agroecologic, organic food. For that, the rate is 2%. So this plan is very powerful in terms of subsidies. Many farmers have a negative balance, so we have the program Desenrolling in the field, so the farmers can have access to financing. So public purchase uh, is uh, is a program that guarantees permanent income to the farmer, because the government buys such harvest and distributes it and wherever necessary. You also have the school food program that will acquire about 30% of the family agriculture that guarantees the permanent income for family farmers. And now institutional purchase of a federal institute, etc. We want to cover all hospitals from the SUS health system in Brazil and the federal forces. And we have now a phytotherapeutic program, agriculture more directed to women. So our challenge is to have a program of rural extension and technical support. We have climate change, technological change that demands sophisticated agriculture, restorative, generative, leading with the new technologies. We need this program, technical assistance and rural expansion. So in 1989, the Brazilian company of technical assistance rural extension was closed, exterminated, and now we have this challenge. Brazil needs to strengthen the cooperatives, which are very evolved ways of organizations in the country to allow for market access. I was talking with Tessio Lima. We are trying to connect the Brazilian cooperatives with SEBRAE. We created a fund and technical assistance to the cooperatives, so the funds will go to the cooperatives to help them improve genetic standards of their animals, to recover the fields, agroflorestal systems. You can work by means of cooperatives. So, and then I would like to close with talking about the private initiatives. We need integration. The investor says, I need to buy land to produce food. No, you don't. You need only to make partnerships with family farmers, with the cooperatives, so they can produce in partnership with the private initiative. I was talking with Lessa from Baza, and he said he just made an agreement with 1,000 farmers in Pará. They produce. There is an agreement with the company. The company gives second, technical assistance, and support to make integration besides offering seeding nurseries. So we have pork, cattle, meat, and eggs and chicken. We have all these sectors, and we can extend such partnerships with all these areas. So the challenge is to have food for the Brazilian people, so they have food on the table with equal opportunity to eat, which is basic for the Brazilian population survival. And the Brazilian citizens can benefit from the public policies and the opportunities that the society and the private sector offer, and we can grow as a society in this way. So we are hopeful that we can improve it throughout the next years. We are also hopeful, as Corinthians, that we can go up in the classification. Thais, Embrapa has contributed to building an agricultural system which is more sustainable and resilient. How has this been done? The main initiatives and technologies developed to guarantee food safety in Brazil and meet the growing demand for food globally. Thank you. I greet my colleagues here, Luis Rua, Secretary Minister Paulo Teixeira, Liege. It's an honor to be here. Embrapa has as its mission to make research and development and innovation research available for agricultural sustainability, always for the benefit of the Brazilian society. We have fulfilled this mission for 50 years, as you have mentioned. So we were an importing country of food, and we became an exporter, a leader in export in different commodities. We worked, we developed a huge number of technologies. We have the problem of nitrogen fixation. In fact, it's a technology developed by an Embrapa researcher, Dr. Joanna Dobenheim, who discovered nitrogen fixation by means of bacteria and interaction with the soybean, and that brings economy to Brazil at the level of 22 billion reais in fertilizers. We can talk about a technology. We have a tropical country. Very few countries are able to have the same benefit that we have. Brazil, our agriculture has science, is science-based. We produce more and better in the different chains, so we can help countries taking technologies and Brazilian technologies and science to such countries to help them, because they also need to develop their technology to produce more. So we got here, but now we have challenges, huge challenges. Embrapa, what will Embrapa do for the future? We have the 50 more. We have a plan for the next years. We need to have a more resilient agriculture. We are investing in regenerative agriculture, chain decarbonization, different chains decarbonization, digital transformation in the field. Embrapa Agricultura Digital is a program. We have a big project led by our president, which is the digital seeding. We try to take connectivity and the digital technology to some districts around Brazil. We selected 10 of them based on the municipalities' characteristics. We have technological reference poles, and will spread technologies to the small and mid-sized producers. The big producer is more capable, they have more access to technology, but we have to support all the producers, leveraging them so we can develop the food security. We have the more digital program, technical more digital. We have a lack in technical assistance. We have partnership with the development ministry to be able to take Embrapa's technologies to support technology transfer actions to the assistance of the rural extension. These are some of the programs we have developed, so we are able to, in the future and together, because the problems are multidisciplinary, so we need a private-public partnership to guarantee agricultural safety, food safety around the world as well as in Brazil.
So initiatives that are very they're practical. So it brings an overload of good things to the society in 51 years. So I would like to ask Riege, basically considering the growth of the requirements of the international markets concerning sustainability standards, how the Brazilian industry, mainly the food industry, how can we maintain the quality standards and consistency in the delivery of products? And I add a new question. What are the strategies that are being implemented to guarantee this alignment and firm Brazil up in the sustainable development? I, when I consider talking about JBS, we are part of a whole of the food industry, responsible for being leaders in this industry along the world to represent Brazil as a whole and the cattle raising. In sustainable practice, I think that in the previous panel and in ours, there is convergence, regenerative agriculture to regenerate. If I am in the area, like you, there is a concept that's not new. You have to treat the pastures as agriculture because the animals are using the pasture that was well prepared and handled. When you consider Brazil in data of the Ministry of Agriculture, you can convert that degraded area, millions of hectares that can be regenerated. When you consider possible areas to be open according to our forest code, which is very strict, but it's very important to guide our actions. There we have around 40 million hectares to be open. So we have to convert and transform this degraded area into capacitation area. So we have three crops in the same area, and Embrapa is there to help us. And it's not only the excellence of agribusiness, but we have to talk not only about the big ones, but also the small and medium business. In a system, any of it, profitability for the small agriculture is necessary, and also the medium term or the big business. We have more than 1,300 families with this grouping that is, in terms of cocoa plantation, very important. So you can also have cattle there in the same area. So the rural producers can have the cattle raising, the agriculture, the harvest, and the food, a perennial way of production. So we're talking about responsibility as a company and as Brazilians. We have to be big in figures, in exports, but we have to be big in terms of people. So the social, the environmental, and the governance aspects. So the rural properties in Brazil, the data that we have in our records. We have to consider all the families that depend on agriculture and cattle raising in a sustainable way. How do we do our business? In the part that refers to JBS, also, how can we be real leaders in this sector? We have in JBS, Escritório Verde, Green Office, that it's a program that started for regulation of the environment. We have regulated over 30,000 properties, rural properties, mostly small business that supply the production system in JBS. So we have 20 green offices that guide and give assistance to this regaining. Because sometimes we don't have producers that do not have a regulated business. We help them to get it. We have to talk about sustainability, but we have to see the resource being passed to small producers. And they have interest to produce in a sustainable way. They have no way to get there, and they do not solve the problem without any help because they are not free to commercialize with every company. So we created a program, the Green Office, the 20 offices, physically speaking, and online also. We look for and we give assistance to the small business companies in technical and management terms. They have to know what to do, how they have to work in a sustainable way in their farms, on their farms. And so we have to take what's local, because if you are in Faria Lima Avenue in São Paulo, the language of the hinterland is completely different. And so we have this partnership. It's for free, and management. Any producer, small or big or medium, they have to understand the business and plan accordingly. It's a democratic cattle raising and farming. I think that last but not least, it's important to consider the researches. Diana Rogers is doing excellent researches about agriculture business all over the world, cattle raising, etc. So how will we have a more sustainable world? The cattle supplies the protein, the meat. I'm not doing any apology, but I'm saying that this cattle uses most of percent the food that we eat, the meat that we eat. It's also with waste. And so that's the life cycle that we have to consider. We have to produce more in less areas. That's Brazilians' objective. There are open areas where we have small and medium business in that region to improve the agribusiness. Okay, congratulations for the initiative of the JBS. So it's a leader, globally speaking. It's an example of initiative in terms of sustainability, support. It's very important. It has an effect that passes to the society. Anything else, Minister? The final remarks. 3 aspects. First, revolution in presently in the agriculture. It's a transition period, and there is in the National Congress a try just to stop this process, considering it is in the same level of agrotoxics, and it's not. So the big ones are trying, but the industry is impeding the transition. So it's important that the National Congress records and permits the evolution in Brazil in order we can have a more sustainable food. So control of fruits, etc. They are in the Congress in the dispute. I think that secondly, it's important to consider how we'll expand this integration. Let us say, if we regain the degraded areas, what can we do? We have companies wanting to use it in groups of small farmers. So let's say doing partnership with companies, etc., and in cattle raising, having producing areas, the forest, etc., coffee plants. How can we do partnerships in so many sectors, genetically studying the cattle, etc.? The models, the partnership models are very important, considering that family business, family farming, we have several levels. We have 600,000 or 600 billions in the family business, the cooperatives. They have finances of 70 millions for the investments. So there are several levels, the more structured one and the less structured one. How do we strengthen the agri-industry that started with family business to do this transition in order the children can maintain the business that their parents started? It's important to observe Jorge Viana's challenge. We work on coffee, for instance. In Kakonji, one of the areas that we have for digital agriculture that you're having in your plants, the agriculture will will have access to internet, to technology, to drones, to the irrigation, to green lands, new seeds, uh, AI, all the technology. You see, that's the challenge for Brazil. See what's advanced and try to fight for it. And I would like to invite you all to be part of this Sustainability National Plan, coordinated by Ana Terra, with President Lula, because this proposal is very deep and it requires suggestions from all of you. Thank you, Minister. So, final remarks. We are living in a transition moment, a transformation moment in agriculture. And nowadays, we don't mention the 4.0 bar. We are in 5.0 and almost 6.0. So you have to consider agriculture, sustainability, productive system, and that's a message I'm passing. Nowadays, we have a view considering the villain agriculture. Consider the other side of the coin. This person is part of the changes. When you consider the productive systems we are proposing and working on, based on new science, they are part of these changes with the climate changes. So regeneration, agriculture, we use fertilizers but less, and we also use digital tools, everything leading us faster and better to a new agriculture where we will be able to surpass all these problems. Together we will do it, this transformation, and we will have a better future, safer, to pass our children a best future than we have today, a better future than we have today. Now, Diege, thank you. Thank you to have my colleagues and be part of this debate. What we're doing concerning aligning new generations, etc., to attract the new generations to these concepts. Agri has to be sexy for the new generations. So we have to attract the small business person that wants to produce with technology. So we go to the farm groups, they have games, internet, children that are there and want to have the modernity. So I will repeat what I read. Every farm group that I visit, we're talking a lot. Everybody's understanding that, let's say that in 2050, our agriculture will be viable and the population will be fed duly. Of course, the B20, the G20, three recommendations were given. The agriculture minister accepted that. Basically, promote the productivity growth via development and expansion of advanced technology, sustainable and resilient ones. We're talking about biotechnology, digital technology, uh, technical assistance, and discussions to give support in agriculture, collaboration and support to the agriculture and ecosystem, carbon credit, things that are essential. How can we guarantee the access to credit? How do we pay the producers? How do we preserve it is in the rural property? How can we pay the agricultures and strengthen the multilateral system with rules that are not discriminating? They have to be equitative, having the World Trade Community to improve the food safety. These recommendations of the B20 to the G20, it will be in Brazil. It's the right moment in the right place, and we cannot miss this opportunity to guarantee the future of the next generations. Thank you, Liege. Thank you, the panelists. Just to wrap up, two messages. First, Brazil, the talks as a whole, especially with our global south. So it's very clear. We believe that most of the country believes in this cooperation and exchange with Embrapa, collaboration. And in Costa Rica, we see this activity too. In Brazil nowadays, in a win-win strategy, has 4 new markets, so 4 countries to export soya seeds and brachiaria seeds in a global way. As the focus of this forum, I would like to pass the message that Brazil, the Vice President has said it in his talk. So we are one of the few countries in the world that has conditions to support in terms of food safety, energy safety, and climate change safety. That's what we call peace geopolitics. So we have more and more wars around the world, but our characteristics of our country, we are different. We are open to add forces with foreign countries. We do the conversion of degradable pastures, and we are working on it to have and be capable of receiving investments and having in our portfolio the 3 characteristics: food security, energy safety, and climate safety. So this is what we have to be present in our discussions.
We thank you all, the participants of this panel. And now another discussion on our stage. We will have now the panel Roads of the Industry for Sustainable Innovation. Innovation and sustainability are at the core of the Brazilian industry. New directions for the Brazilian industry. More innovation to generate environmental, social, and economic details, evolution, industry pathways to sustainable innovation. To moderate this conversation about the roads of the industry for sustainable innovation, we invite the Secretary of International Matters and Development of the Planning and Budget Ministry, Renata Amaral, be welcome, and to debate this subject, the Pedro Guerra and the president of the small and micro companies, Sebrae Décio Lima, the president of the Brazilian tree industry, Paulo Hartung, and from Samsung, Mario Lafitte. Samsung's Vice President for Latin America Public Affairs and Corporate Social Responsibility. Be all welcome. The moderator has the floor. Good afternoon. Moderating this panel before the coffee break is huge responsibility. We'll have 30 minutes of panel to continue with our program. So I'm very fortunate to be here with 4 representatives of the government and in the industry to talk about roads for sustainable ways, sustainable developments for the industry. We need to talk about sustainable pathways, how we can reach our objectives, how we are working inside the government, how the industry is looking at us, and to be able to see what we are doing. Pedro, my neighbor in Brasilia, Pedro, to start this conversation about ways of to reach sustainable ways, sustainable innovation. Can you talk about this policy with innovation and sustainability, the pathways to follow? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Geraldo Alckmin, our Vice President, I want to thank the invitation to debate this essential subject for our development. Jorge Viana, President of APEC, the President of the BID Development. Unfortunately, he couldn't be here. Our dear Morgan has represented him, and I would like to send my regards, Leo, Natalie, everyone who took part in organizing this high-level event. I thank you for the opportunity to be here with our colleagues, Renata, our President Décio Lima, our dear Mario Lafitte, who is leading an inspiring company, which is Samsung. I would like to say that sustainability and innovation, as we have tried to make it clear, since we launched the NIBIA, Nova Indústria Brasil, it is two transversal axes of the new policy. To add value, we need to talk about innovation. And also, an industrial policy demands the commitments that our country has internationally and also the edges we have. We have a digital transformation mission 4 and decarbonization and support to green economy mission 5. We have stimulated the areas in which we have had adhesion of the biofuel sector, sustainable sector. Brazil has been an example set as the pulp uh, um, sector. We have seen different experiences. Pulp or cellulose is important to reduce the carbon footprint like cement. So interesting things have been happening. Uh, Big qualitative leaps demand innovation. Innovation is kind of mysterious, complex. The economists really try hard to model it, to explain where it comes from. We love the Asian designs, right? But we also have successful cases in Brazil. The Vice President Alckmin has made efforts to travel throughout the country, bring visibility of what is successful. And innovation and sustainability are two joint pillars. There is no there is not one way to do it. There are different roads, pathways, I mean, to foment, to support them. We have made a big effort to try to foment these areas. Thank you. So, Mario, now please can you talk about the Samsung perspectives? Uh, how does Samsung positions itself in terms of innovation in Brazil? How important it is research and development made locally for the technological advancement or evolution? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, Apex, for the invitation. It's an honor to share this forum with you, this panel specifically with you. Innovation and sustainability are part of our DNA, the DNA of the new industry Brazil. Some industrial sectors, some mentioned by Pedro, one of them is the automobile sector leading the green innovation in a very positive way. We have the pulp and paper industry placing Brazil at the higher level of this industry in terms of sustainability and productivity. Two important points, right? Samsung. So, innovation, as you know, is part of our DNA. Innovation is part of our strategy, our existence. We have invested in Brazil for almost 40 years. We have two consolidated industrial plants, one near São Paulo and the other one in Manaus within the a free zone in Manaus, and obviously two big research and development centers operating throughout this time. We have about 2,000 employees, 2,000 PhDs working 100% over innovation, research, development for Samsung Brazil. Agreements with the universities, private institutions for ecological development throughout the country. Obviously, we have we have laws for the free zone in Manaus and, in the national laws, right? And in this context, we have a protagonist role Pedro knows, in the ministry, by the informatica law, we have an investment of about 5 billion reais per year, and one-fourth of such value is made by Samsung. We are very much linked to this IT law. So we have the insertion of Brazil into the scenario. Samsung has a global protagonism, a lot of software development, software solutions. Every cell phone since Mexico up to Chile, they have softwares developed in Brazil, in Manaus, in our research center. AI, we are very advanced in terms of AI. Also, we are very much involved with the health sector, developing algorithm by means of the vestive devices, right? The vestige ones. It was the first solution to recognize apnea. It's a Brazilian development made by researchers in Brazil and developed in Brazil. So, a connection with sustainability, we have industrial processes inserted in Brazil with a clean matrix. So, we have water resources in Manaus to give back cleaner water to the nature in Manaus. So we are very much concerned with that in our Manaus plant. So we have sustainability concept since the packaging without colored paints. We lose in communication, but we gain in sustainability. Reverse logistics, very important for the electronic industry in Brazil and electric industry as well. It's challenging because the country is huge, but it's taken seriously. In terms of technology, the products in our pockets, in our rooms or service areas, in our homes, a technological solution that has AI solutions that generate benefits of sustainability, very interesting ones available for the Brazilian client. It's not the AI that will be offered later on in the future. No, these are solutions available for the Brazilian client. I'd like to call you to this conversation that you as a president of SEBRAE. I'd like to talk about competitiveness for small businesses and about possibilities of export. Thank you, Renata. It's such a pleasure to be here side by side with these important Brazilian people. Samsung will take over our conversation if we allow that because of his enthusiasm. Of course, we have time constraint here, but anyways, I want to say initially and talk about Daniel Kahn, Nobel Prize of Economy in 2002. He said economy is behavior. We have to think about this, an important reflection over the moment we are living. Brazil, while economy is not Cartesian, but the rate index, the interest rate, I mean, the numbers show, a surplus of the Brazilian trade balance, uh, decreasing in all numbers, and an increase of education. We have the concepts of sustainability also. Economy around the world involves this concept. Brazil is a paradigm that is really important in terms of clean energy. We have sustainability culture that can be an example. It is an avant-garde protagonist worldwide innovation here, as said. We cannot talk about industrialization without AI and the globalized economy. So all that has to be accounted for. So we have to make something visible here, which is the inclusion process, a fourth concept to be added. And it starts with the small economies. 95% of the Brazilian companies are micro and small companies. Last year, 80% of the economy involved job posts of small business people. We represent 55% of formal jobs in our country. Men and women wake up in the morning in a pulverized economy produced by the small businesses. However, the small, they have no access to credit. 88% of the small Brazilian economy is not part of the credit. Recently, President Lula and Geraldo Alckmin launched a program called Acredita. These small businesses have no access to credit because there is no guarantee. If, two-thirds of our uh, part of the economy does not have access to credit. Small businesses, they need to be included. President Jorge Viana at Apex, we need to. Jorge is here to help integrating small businesses, to include export globalization, to give them innovation processes and sustainability. That's why we are in the industrialization program. We have talked with 45,000 small businesses to give them conditions to be able to become innovative and sustainable. In this program, we'll reach about 200,000 small businesses in our country.
Besides that, the credit. Sebrae was doing a credit policy of almost 1 billion reais that was spread during the year. And now we have this portfolio of credit for 30 billion reals in presently concerning last year, we doubled. I think that we have to have visibility to the sector that Sebrae represents when we have to give protection because the governor knows that the economy is not done for the small ones. It was made for accumulation of wealth. The small ones need a protective process of inclusion as Apex has done, as Apex is doing. It's a challenge, permanent challenge to take small business for exports and for the globalized economy. Perfect. Thank you, Décio. Now, I would like you, Governor, to take part and give your point of view, the sector that you represent. How do you see the opportunities that Brazil is in order to have decarboning of the global economy's shares? Renata and colleagues. presentially and virtually. I speak to people and greet all. And congratulations, Apex. And doing that, I extend it to the team that works with Apex. This action, this event, and all the work that's been done, and there is a special participation of the leaders, Jorge Viana. I think it's noticeable since the moment he arrives as a leader to the extent he is. To speed up this process, I would like to leave it clear. A round of applause to the Apex team and its leader. Congrats for the work that's been done and is done. When I see Brazil and consider its history, I love history, economic history mainly. I see that there are things that went wrong. Now, unfortunately, some Brazilians only see the wrong ones. We have to see the positive side, the bright side, because otherwise, if you cover the dirty, it doesn't help you. You don't have enough in terms of carpet. There's amount of wrong things in our history, Brazilian history, but I thank God for seeing things that went right. So, VEG Motores. I see Brazil with integrated economy and the global economy. So we surpassed the wrong moments. Internationally, we are present. VEG is a transnational company. Transnational company, you see? I don't want to repeat what has been said already here. See the leap that we've done over the last 5 decades. It's extraordinary. I see Embraer mentioned all the time by everyone. So, poultry as well, the industry and restoration. So, I can mention so many positive things. I don't have much time. And just you have to stop me, so I'll be brief. So, I'll try the tweet again. When I see this experience, I say, what do we have in common with these experiences? 3 things caught my attention. All of them valued, scientifically speaking, investing heavily in human capital. And all of them investing, going to Brasilia looking for subside and protection, and went to foreign countries. The 3 characteristics show good things with good results. And one of these days, we were with President Lula in a meeting, a sectorial meeting, and we presented the portfolio of our sectors to him for the next 3 years, 10 years. It's one of the investment portfolios that are more vigorous in the Brazilian role. 135 billion for the next 3 years in new factories. So it will be the double. I'm correcting myself. 105 billion of new factories, modernizing them, including decarboning, strongly done, new crops, and new technologies, where the sector is growing on degradable areas and on wrong areas, but we are planting trees. So more pastures, having trees on degraded pastures, and sometimes with low productivity. If you go to Rio Grande do Sul state, it's the biggest one in the world with the plants we are doing there. The way we are planting is the biggest in the world. We looked for certification. Nowadays, traceability of our sector is 80%, 80%, 100%. 100% of the timber that we have at the factories have certified origin. This was done by Brazilians. It was done in our country. So in Chile, there are two big Chilean companies, Aral and CMTC. Geraldo is starting a new factory in Mato Grosso do Sul. CMPC is finishing an investment of over 2 million in Guaíba and has announced a new factory in another place. You see, I know the way you're looking at your body language. I understood. I have to finish. What I want to say is that there's no easy way out. There's no easy way out. But we have a positive way that we have to try. We have to take as a base the wrong things. We have to wrap up in a new way in the several sectors, new factors that we have, factors of success, cases of success. So then together we'll have innovation. We'll have applied research, people, human research, skilled people, and so on and so on. Brazil has done the homework over several years. We see the monetary authority working out. When we see concessions being done, well designed, well done, homework that was well done. Labor is dwelt properly now. Even our retirement plan improved. So education improved. We have enormous challenges, but I am optimist. I have faith. I am moderate. I think that Brazil will go ahead. We have to do what APEC doing is talking to the world and presenting Brazil to the world, doing this proximity that we lost time in the past. I close now. Now, against the protocol, we would have a round of questions. We don't have time for that. So I invite you, let's say, as a tweet would be, say in one message what you want our country to do in this sense. Concerning innovation, some points. It's necessary to understand that to attract investment and innovation, industrially speaking, it's necessary visibility, long-term visibility, safety in the rules. Innovation, more than industrial investment, it only works with long-term time. Long-term and time to prepare everything to have it right. It's not always the result we want, but there is a result. There are opportunities in our sectors. Informatics, it has to be understood that research and development is part of the industrial policy and technology policy. So do not use resources for other disciplines and necessities that have to be considered legitimate, but by other sectors. So I'm talking about rearrangement of rules in the informatics at the moment. We have a big opportunity in the electronics to insert Brazil and Brazilian industry in the global supply chain, not as a buyer of components, but sales of equipment. We talked about soy and export crushed soy is better. If you have innovative products and if they are competitive to be exported to the neighbors, the neighboring countries that are in tune with the planning and budgeting ministry. So we have possibilities for that. This project necessarily has to be led by the government and agencies, MD, MCTE, etc. So it's it's food for thought. Be in the Brazilian market, but also look for foreign markets. Pedro, 20 seconds. I think that general message. Together, there is a paradigm that is new. I think that the best word is industrialization, focus on decarboning. So replacing the imports and have more exports. It's a complementary situation. I believe that the focus has to be sustainability and decarboning via several instruments: credit, regulation, governmental purchase, as our government has said, internationalization, presence outside Brazil to bring knowledge and add value to our production. Okay, Brazil has made several mistakes and several positive things, right things. The moment we are living now in our history, there's a possibility that extraordinary any other country has Amazon. We have Amazonia. Sustainability, no country has the biomes that we have, and we are debating sustainability. No country has creativity of Brazilian people, resilience, capacity to surpass the difficulties. And we are living this revolution that Mario has pinpointed. It's intelligence, artificial intelligence revolution. You see, you buy a Samsung in the morning, it's old in the afternoon. So it's a permanent revolution in the economy, a globalized economy. What's missing for us? To us, what misses is believing in this process that we are living. Economy is behavior, is attitude, performance. That's why we're here with all the bodies and agencies and with the Apex team, which is marvelous because this is the moment. It's a process of success if we have the fundamental concept. The more honey based on more bees. So we show the capacity to the world. Brazil has this richness. Congratulations, Apex, for these beautiful moments that are opening gates and hopes and bringing more bees to the honey. And so bringing the economy that is spraying wealth, income, profit. Do not simply think that exclusion is permitted. No, we do not have to see in Brazil only hunger and low economy. We have a sustainable economy, innovative, with an inclusive people. Congratulations, Apex Brasil. Okay, repeating what Tom Jobim has said, saying that Brazil is not a country made for amateurs. I tell you that the present word is not a word for amateurs or beginners. if you consider the disconnected supply chains, and one episode is connected to the other, like the conflicts, leadership in the world between China and the US and its consequences. The wars we're having, so sad. Our heart is sunk. So seeing what's happening, what's the biggest challenge? That's the walk of human beings, change, climate change, looking the world, it's a challenge. Now, it's a very difficult road, but there are magnificent possibilities for our people. Now, Roberto Campos, not the president of Banco Central, his grandfather, he was my colleague as a representative. He said something very important that shows the negative side of Brazil, but shows opportunities as well. We have to break that. This tradition has to be astray. We are living exceptional moments to do this and transform the potential that the country has. For sure, the potential of our country sets us among the 10 biggest countries in terms of potential and opportunity. For the young people, in terms of assets, employment, and etc. It depends on leadership. And it is our role to be the leader. That's why I close as I started. Congratulations, Apex, because it's president the is someone that's always working, always active. Jorge wants to do 4 things in the same minute or second. His leadership, his anxiety is good for Brazil. We have to be like the samba people say, stand by and just leave the dust out and do better. Brazilians deserve that. They have the right to see the round of the hill in the right direction.
So I congratulate Apex Brazil. I congratulate the whole team. Thank you for the invitation. Applause to our panels, and we have a coffee break. We thank our the participants of this panel, and we have the picture. We have a coffee outside, but we'll continue here so that we can keep our program. The next panel, the subject is "The Future is Now, Brazil as the Destiny of Big Investments." The investments that will change the world. Destination for investments. The future is being built now, right here. Investing in Brazil is investing in a sustainable, promising future. The future is now, Brazil as the destination for major investments. Now we have our fifth panel. The future is now, Brazil as the destiny of the large investments. We have now the CEO of the American Chamber in Brazil, Abraham Neto. we invite the participant, CEO and founder of Escada Data Center, Marcos Beito, and President of Microsoft, Tania Constantino, Vice President of Government Relations, Fabio Rua, and also the manager of the BID, Fabrício Operti, manager of the integration and trade sector at the Inter-American Development Bank. The moderator has the floor. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We'll have to make an effort to finish the coffee break and have our people back here. Thank you, President Jorge, the BID, for the invitation. It's a pleasure to moderate here, a pleasure to have three AmChams associates, Scala Data Center, Microsoft, the IDB, a partner. So, speaking about investment, to attract investment, I want to give two pieces of data. One that has been explored today, but it's important, is it's retrospective. Brazil is a big country and attracts direct foreign investment. Recent data, 2023, Brazil attracted $66 billion in fifth place. Brazil is constantly ranked one of the biggest countries in terms of FDI. Important data here is prospection. That is, what is the thermometer like in terms of attracting investment? And now I have a study carried out by Apex and AmCham, bilateral map of investments, right? We launched AmCham in Brazil and in New York last month. So we launched this research. In 2023, Brazil had the largest number of investment projects announced, 126 projects. That shows exactly what we are observing from now on. So now I'd like to ask you to comment a bit about your company and what you have done investment-wise and why you chose Brazil. What was the differential here in Brazil that motivated your companies, global companies? You could allocate this investment somewhere else, but you made the choice to invest in Brazil. That is important to be able to understand, the rationale behind your decision. Thank you for the invitation. Well, we saw an opportunity in 2019. We saw that the hyperscale market that meets the big clients was not present in Brazil and Latin America in the way it exists in Europe and the USA. When you make comparison, using GDP, economic activity, connected homes, Brazil is amongst the 5 big connected countries. You combine that all and you make a comparison. We were 1.17 AVAs behind the USA in terms of data center support in cloud and 1/18 behind Europe. So how can we position creating airports that would receive the hyperscale airplanes. So such investments, for such investment, we have a latency. We cannot change the light speed in the fibers, so we had to change the places of the data center and of the consumption of data. Data sovereignty, a variable work has been done to guarantee regulation about the data treatment, storage, and access. And CIOs in 2013, they had 23% of the TCO at the time. Today, they have an increase. Impossible to import cloud. So as infrastructure provider, we saw the opportunity of have world-class structure. So we stopped exploring shared data center, and we placed ourselves as creators of dedicated data center. The pandemic came, the factor was a catalyst, and the same variables were accelerated, and the fourth came in, the need to liberate space in the North American data center that supplied services to our clients. Because of more mature application, digital journeys were more advanced. They started demanding things, and with AI, we have the possibility of multiplying the demand by data center by 5%, but latency is not the biggest drivers. The loads you can break into big blocks, training and machine learning, the process of training algorithm to create models to be replicated and consumed, and 60% of the AI loads you can run American loads here. You have a lack of the North American grid with a lack of 6 to 8 giga now, and we have 10 to or more gigawatts available in Brazil, and we have generation above demand. We have 2 to 4 renewable gigawatt of energy being generated, investments made without client. So you have our capacity to deliver. The demand exists. We have a unique opportunity to invert the curve. Brazil is self-sufficient in data center production, stopping importing, and now we have the opportunity to export energy with data center added. So we have 10 billion invested by Scala in Brazil, Mexico, Chile. 27 billion of investments is contracted to be invested in a business plan without counting the south, and we have there the AI Scale C, which is the biggest project in the world. So we have entrepreneurs resilient with huge vision. We are visionaries and stubborn. We raise money, invest in crazy things. The human evolution picture, yeah. Marcos, AI. Tanya, in fact, so huge investment in AI. Can you tell us about this investment and why you chose Brazil to allocate such value? So Marcos, gave the technical aspect, why to bring data storage capacity to Brazil. Microsoft is in Brazil, has been here for 35 years. We have invested in infrastructure, and the data centers built here as of 2014, and we have partnered with Scala and other players to expand our operations, the type of servers we had, the maturity of Brazil in adopting, the digital transformation journey. It started growing, it was accelerated with the pandemic. Everybody starts having digital as the core of their companies. Every company becomes a software company, we say. And AI comes in with the gains of productivity and competitiveness, amazing for any business, any size and any segment. So we have dependent applications, dependent or not of latency, regulating requests. We talk about the Brazilian government leading the rank of digital government. Brazilian government adopted and created digital service, huge growth. It's been 2 years that we had the Gen AI, so the AI invades our houses, and then we have a new leap and new opportunities of productivity gain, which are huge, and Microsoft sees the need to accelerate investment. So Brazil choice because of the rapid technological adoption. The financial sector in IT is one of the most powerful clients. The financial market in Brazil is highly sophisticated with high transformation with Gen AI to support client with transforming applications. And we have the AI power to bring to the Brazilian economy the possibility of encapsulating productivity gains, something that we haven't seen lately, because in the last years our industry has lost competitiveness. So Microsoft invests, so the companies may have state-of-the-art technology and have a productivity gain in their businesses. That's not enough. We understand there are other blocks, and one of them is capacitation training. We have to train professionally wise, and that's extremely relevant. If you have a structure but no one is qualified to adopt the technology, then useless. All the companies are adopting AI, so we have to raise the level of Brazilian citizens in terms of knowledge, training, qualification. So 15 billion reais in the next 3 years worth of investment to train at about 5 million people in AI. Our professional qualification program in IT is solid. In the last 4 years, we covered over 13 million Brazilian people since digital literacy up to data science, and now 5 million citizens trained so that they can help us adopt AI and become the most competitive companies, which generates a virtual cycle. And Brazil needs to benefit more because AI, now all apps are subject to latency. Many things we could supply green potential. The IT consumes energy running in the USA and other countries where the energy matrix is fossil fuel based that really hinders the companies to produce in high capacity. We have amazing asset, our energy matrix. We need to continue investing because we have many challenges, and this is, however, one factor in Brazil can be a global provider of AI. Green AI. Brazil has to find its vocation for the 21st century. We cannot look at one sector alone. We have to identify our vocation. So what we want for the future and build all the enablers so that the new industries, you know, are providing not small services, not raw material. I want to be a provider of brains and high-end AI and brains for machine learning trained Gen AI.
So, in the end of this cycle, it's the visionary entrepreneur that's looking for the potentialities that we have in Brazil. We're getting there. Fabio, GM, completing almost 100 years of presence in Brazil, renew its commitment in terms of investment in the country. Share with us what's the view of GM for its presence and participation in this country in terms of investment. Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. Special homage to Apex that is resilient and listening to us. So it's a prestige, your presence here. So congratulations for the success with the entrepreneurs that are making this forum, showing and bringing to Brazil geniality and success. Tanya representing a company that I like most, and Fabrice of BID. So I am Apex Fund. I work with partnership with you. You are in the 7th edition of BIF. So it's success of the work that you've seen. So help the companies to invest in Brazil. Let's say, after this beginning, I would like to say that in January next year, 100 years in Brazil, we covered all the social, economic, political cycles, and we started and continued manufacturing here. So it's the result of our commitment. No question about it. It's allied to our investment. It's looking constantly for success, manufacturing vehicles. We have qualified laborers, engineers, expertise. We have a matrix, energetic matrix that is renewable, and no other country has the possibility of doing decarbonizing in the automobile industry like Brazil has. Its capacity not only in renewable energy, but also the development of ethanol and biofuel, so pushing and exporting the technology to other countries. GM completes a cycle of investment of 10 million reais that was used to modernize our plants, invest in sustainability, creating new products, 100% Brazilian products. So maybe most of our suppliers are here in Brazil. We invest not only in assembling, assembling is not only assembly, in fact, it's investing in technology, in education, in order this country flourishes for many years. So 6 new vehicles for in this year we started the manufacturing, and in the first quarter we started with the presence of our president, Lula. We launched the program with 7 billion reais, So it's a very intense work with the Brazilian government, and we will start the second stage. You see, 100 years, we will have a party, and we will announce the second part of our investment cycle. We are betting that we will have a very special view transforming with hybrid car, and we launched it with the presence of Tarcísio Freitas and Minister Alckmin. GM Brazil will manufacture the first hybrid flex cars in the world. It's very important for us, Brazil. It's, of course, a manifest in terms of our commitment with the country. That's what we have in terms of energy matrix, and also in the interest of flourishing the technology. That's technology exports. So going back to you, and again showing that we believe that this country is good. We have a perspective for the future. We have to have reforms, macroeconomic reforms that will help us to have unjustified investment. And so it's not a question of party. We have important movements. We have the approval of our automotive rules. We have a sanction in a bill to have more biofuel instead of fossil fuel. So it impacts all the sectors, and we simplify our tax burden. We will talk about that later. And for now, I say that I'm very happy to be here, and we have good perspectives. 3 concrete examples of investments going on in Brazil, which I think they have in common the opportunities that the Brazilian economy offers. Repeating what Tanya had said, we are talking about different areas, but if you have a transverse opinion here, Brazil is a green, renewable opportunity. Fabrizio, bring the BID to the talk, having a vast, broader regard. Let's see what's being said and repeat what's been said in the morning concerning the economy in Brazil. Share with us how the BID is helping to take advantage of the opportunities in your period. Thank you for the kind introduction. It's an honor to be in this 7th Brazil Investment Forum. And sorry for my Portuñol, but I'll try to speak as well as possible. I thank the powerful Apex to invite us here, historical partners. This forum is well known. It's powerful, the investment and commerce of Brazil. Investment and trade. We have obstacle, the administrative costs, bureaucratic costs, regulatory, etc. These are obstacles that increase the cost and inhibit the trade. If you see the concrete examples, we pinpoint the coincidence. Administration of this government with the Vice President Alckmin has said, have a beginning of some initiatives which are very concrete to reduce the obstacles. One is in the implementation of the new unique portal concerning the foreign trade. The idea is reducing 9 days to 4 days, let us say, implementing the processes of foreign trade for next year, metrics that are very tangible. concrete programs, and we believe they are very important. We work in this region for a long time, and you know that the regulatory expenses, logistic costs, are those that are hurdles. They are obstacles to the potentiality we have. We have to reduce that. Now, a new stage. We are doing and supporting, as been mentioned this morning. Morgan has said that the single unit of investment, the new generation of single channel, simplification, less bureaucracy, more added value, and more facilitation for business, less redundancy, to reduce the time and costs spent in the trade and improve the investments. And last but not least, a second round that we are doing, and I come from a country that is a certain dimension. It's a small country, Uruguay. Brazil is very important. To have this agenda is very important because it has to attract investments. Capacitation is being done, economically speaking, to have portfolios with investment programs, meaning processes that are more attractive. The potential is enormous. Brazil has critical points in terms of energy. We have a lot. We have diversity. Brazil is very important to the world. It's very attractive as a country. Let us say the investments, the direct investments of foreign countries, 52%. You see, it's high figure. Brazil is strong and has strong paths. And so it's good to say you see Brazil. Thank you. We had only 4 minutes to finish this panel. Fabio has placed the comment, points to ponder, to improve the business scenario and investment in Brazil. So let's explore the small and short sentences to describe a way to improve the capacity of Brazil to attract foreign investments. As Tanya has said, we have to explore the steps that are possible. The last 9 months, we had time to consider what do we want to do? Export digital issues or import digital issues? We have 5 factors that guarantee the success of a data center. Terrain, energy, permit, this we control. The states are working on it. The mayors and governors are backing it. Now we have Tarcísio in São Paulo, Eduardo in Rio Grande do Sul, 2 guys that are one step ahead, and they adapt their states to understand this opportunity. 2 other factors. They are in a certain way influenced by the government, the legislative, executive, and also the judiciary. The fourth signal should be using AI concerning the roads, Eduardo Gomes is taking care of it. It will be voted in the Senate. We hope it will be approved. The bill will be approved. So, of course, it will unblock the investments that have to be done in these sectors. If you have 800 megawatts of potential in 10 years, it will be 3.5 gigawatts. So $10 million per megawatt. So who will put the machines in the data centers and the ecosystem? The fifth clause that changed the history of the country is opening to an international data regulation to host in Brazil data that are not Brazilian, that would not come to our country without the right regulation. So they will be processed here, very safe with security. The 3.5 giga went to 11.5 gigawatt. So we can be one of the four biggest ones. It means indirect and direct investments in Brazil of $200 billion in the sectors. This means the fixed capital information investment, and the GDP goes from 3 to 4.5 per year in terms of growth. That's the opportunity that we may understand, assume our vocation in terms of exports, and understand that we have a single opportunity to set our country not only as a technological export, but infrastructure, digital infrastructures export. If we do not use AI, we don't cure the cancer. We do not progress in terms of education. We have to be in the position of yes, not in the position of no. We started with 91% of the Brazilian matrix is renewable. In the United States, it's 25%. Those want to have what we do have. Along the time, sometimes we invested wrongly, but nowadays we have the gift and the obligation as Brazilians, entrepreneurs, and governments to bring investment to Brazil. That's not the point. The point is keeping the capital here and having the adequate use. That's our challenge. That you see, it's the bill that will change the future of the country. So it's the seventh BIF. I believe that in the middle of the way, we will simply break this cord in terms of missing opportunities. What do we do to have the capital landing and multiplying in Brazil? Is not miss an opportunity, a single opportunity that will stop Brazil and trigger it to the right point. We can be the biggest powerful country in terms of digital infrastructure. We are in the food area. We are the people that are considered with the stores of food that are big, the biggest all over the world, storage of food. So saying no to artificial intelligence is just putting opportunities aside, not only in technology, and also other segments could speed up and bring economic growth to Brazilians and globally as well. Not only as president of Microsoft Brazil and a member of CC membership, the healthy environment to attract investment, capacity, regulation, legal safety, combat to corruption, attract investment requires all that. We also occupational factors. We have to be, in terms of talent, we cannot be in the last or but one position. We can make difference because we have talents. We have to keep the talents here in order we work on development, economically speaking, in a sustainable way. When we talk about regulation, it's not only the technical area, only the IE, but also the carbon credit that is another gate of currency to Brazil, and so of investment to Brazil. We have all the ways to explore that and bring economic benefits. I'm an optimist. As I said in the UN once, you have to be optimist and you have to fight for your ideas, doing more advertisements concerning our country. And we have here AmSham, we have the companies that are present here. We can show our entrepreneurship and the country that we have. We are the country of the future indeed. Automotive, what's the priority? To improve the business environment. Yesterday I went to a shopping center. It's already decorated for Christmas. That's the Christmas spirit, that's part of trade. And they'll do a list to Father Christmas. Part of it is being said here. I don't have time, so I'll do one question to all of you. We have to have the tax reform until the end of the year. We know that unfortunately things are approved here and not there, so we have lobbies, different interests. So the biggest conquest that Brazil obtained sometimes in terms of important regulation, like the tax one, sometimes they are changed. We want things to be approved in the Congress, and we have to have legal safety. And concerning the tax reform, there's a gift that I've asked. It is the selective tax. The nickname is very impacting. It's saying that the person is a sinner, but maybe I am not correct, but the automobile sector is doing the decarboning in the structures in terms of manufacturing and concerning fuel change from fuel to electric, and even then we have penalties because the penalties in terms of logistics and in terms of production, it has been with impact. So the penalties are there, but we have 135 billion investment in this sector. Father Christmas, listen to us. Politicians, listen to us. This selective tax is very important to be studied in order we flourish in this country in our sectors. I see the peripheric view is showing. Please wrap up. So, Fabrício, you've commented that the BID for the Americas. Tell us a little bit about the opportunities that it brings to investors, and with that, close this. Okay.
So I have an optimistic spirit. BID, we have 48 member countries, 26 from Latin America and the Caribbean, and 22 from outside this region. We have a commitment to generate opportunities for the companies in these 22 countries which invest in the Latin America and the Caribbean. So let two 2.7 trillion is total trade of Latin America and the Caribbean. We have natural resource, digital economy, infrastructure, ConnectAmericas.com, B2B platform. We launched it 10 years ago. And we today have 16 million users from 185 countries. Build the American app. In the app stores, you can take a look. You can connect with local suppliers by means of countries platforms. Acquisition, BID buys $5 billion worth of services. So we are accelerating information in a very friendly way for the companies, and finally financing in the private sector. William Goffin is a Brazilian CEO, and this part is really growing. We have specific actions with you and the ANCHAM. We are studying some sectors, Brown. $500 billion is the semiconductor sector. 100,000 new jobs in the next 10 years. So we have to do a lot in little time, like this panel. So we close this panel, and I want to thank you all for your attention and applause to our panelists. Our sincere thanks. One more panel finished in our 7th edition of the BIF, and now we have the official photo. So very, very good conversation in this panel here. And so we talked about the future. The future is now. Brazil has the destiny of great investments. And now we are going to our panel number 6, Brazil in expansion, developing the infrastructure and investments. So the Brazilian infrastructure and investments. Brazilian expansion, the future of infrastructure. Infrastructure aligned with the green economy towards a sustainable and integrated future. Brazil's in expansion, developing a Brazilian infrastructure and investments. So, ready for our 6th panel in our 7th edition of our forum. So, the Director of Infrastructure, Energy Transition and Climate Change of the BNDES, Luciana Aparecida da Costa, will moderate this panel. We now invite the CEO of the CCR Group, Miguel Setters, Siemens Energy Senior Vice President for Latin America, André Clark, and the Institution Director for Brazil at Vinci Concession, Thierry Besse. The moderator has the floor. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank Thierry, Miguel, and Andrea and Apex for the opportunity of discussing such an important subject. Brazil gets into the climate transition area and energy transition area with a large gap in infrastructure. We have advantages that no other big, great economy has in terms of energy transition and climate transition. But we have infrastructure gap that can be seen as a big problem or a big opportunity. We are going to talk about how Brazil can close this gap, how what type of funding, the regulating and legal challenges, and the challenges in terms of large project structures. So we start with the question. Antonio Gutierrez, last in October, during the emission gas report 2024 of the United Nations, um, said the current policies are leading to catastrophe and direct link between emissions increase and climate disasters. Brazil has comparative advantages in terms of decarbonization. The electric matrix is renewable. However, it's vulnerable because of the tropical climate. Global heating or warming is not the same for every country. Some countries are more vulnerable. Brazil is one case. We depend on hydroelectricity to generate energy. We depend on the agribusiness. So this climate warm would affect Brazil. In Rio Grande do Sul, the flooding is historical and the damage was huge. In Fontoura Xavier, we had 940 millimeters of rain. This volume corresponds to 50% of all the expected precipitation throughout the year, for the year, as if the city had received the whole rain from January to June in 18 days. The volume of rain in Petrópolis in February 2022, it was the highest in almost a century of measurements. In 3 hours, we had 230 millimeters of rain, which was forecast for a whole month of February. So that shows how vulnerable our country is. We have a climate change and its effects. Today, scientists said that in the last 2 years, the forecasts were less catastrophic than the catastrophes that are really happening. We have a drought, extreme rain, waves of heat as we haven't seen for a long time. Planning of infrastructure, how to take into consideration the need of resilient infrastructure for new investments and for those which are in operation. Thank you. I want to thank for the invitation. It's a privilege to share this stage with the distinguished colleagues. Jorge, Viana, thank you for the invitation. This is a very resistant audience. It's at the end of the afternoon. Eh, we, we are close to the happy hour moment, and they are here. Firstly, climate change is inexorable, unavoidable. You gave some examples of what is happening. Brazil will be really more affected. We have climate emergency, in fact. The events you mentioned, they are examples of this problem. We have two strategies to adopt: mitigation and adaptation. Mitigation to reduce our carbon footprint. One of the problems that places Brazil in the top 10 is the deforestation, illegal deforestation of the Amazon. Without that, 50%, 50% of our emissions are the deforestation of our biomes. And then we have the use of soil, agriculture, cattle raising. So 50% is deforestation and the use of soil. So if we take care of that, we'll have a much better, much lower ranking. Mitigation has to be discussed. We have the COP29 and COP30 coming. We'll need to review our goals. Brazil needs to have an assertive strategy to reduce emissions. And then we at CCA, we impose self-regulation. Our goal is to be carbon neutral in 2035. So it's anyways in the SPTI we were the first to have our initiatives approved. So we have we have a road to decarbonization. Another strategy is adaptation. Impact is unavoidable. The difficulty is two-thirds of the investment of mitigation is made by the private sector. 10% necessary for climate resilience is made by private investors. So incentives, regulating signals are not really in the right direction. So we have about 10% of investment in climate resilience being executed by private companies. So we need to have public policies aligned with incentives that that will align incentives and will bring regulations so we can start with concessions structuring and to invest, go into the safe side of the curve. And cost benefit has to be calculated. André Davos, we were talking, and part of the risks will not be mitigated with hard infrastructure. So we'll need a security market to have responses for that. We still have the need to strategically look at public policies to have a national plan, Brazilian national plan for climate, energy, aligning incentives and guiding us in the right way, right direction. The value chain, we have risks not only in planning, it's throughout the whole chain. We have, in terms of investment, monitoring, the necessary alerts to identify the climate stressors, alert system, preventive one to reduce the impact of a crisis, statistics given 24 hours ahead. If I can have a response to a severe climate event 24 hours before, I may be able to act. Alerts needs communication, very efficient one. In Rio Grande do Sul, we saw how important governance was, critical moments at CCR. a very, very important road there. So we had problem. The state had 3 helicopters. We used two. We succeeded in bringing more helicopters to add up to 20. So we need a national governance to work in an efficient way, focused, you know, to respond. And the capacity to respond to the crisis with the resources, prevention regime, intervention capacity, uh, that's a value chain and that starts in planning, risk management, and the definition of what the investment focus are in a risk management process. CCR avoided some auctions because of the climate risk that was very high. So that it's an equation that we have to deal with to face this road crisis.
I mentioned that in Rio Grande do Sul, when there was a catastrophe, you phoned me and we decided that we had to focus on coordination and necessity of mobility. Brazil does not have the same capacity, tax capacity, fiscal capacity of the countries of the first rank in the world. So the gateway, we do not have the capacity of China or India that are scaling new technologies with lots of subsidies. And concerning the London School of Economics says that the world requires at least 3 trillion of investment in climate change until 2030. Some say it should be the double. Most problems refers to most problems refer to transport and energy. We need 3.2% of our GDP concerning investment in infrastructure to cover our gap over the next 10 years at least. Last week, the government and the Ministry of Finance and Economy, with the participation of BNDES, Brazil launched the ecological and climate change platform. The objective is expanding the investment of the country in these key sectors. One priority is ABNT, is technology in resilient grids and networks. Concerning storage, mainly, what are the main challenges for Brazil to go on in terms of energy grids? It's the seventh BIF that I take part. So again, congratulations, Apex, and it's an honor to be here with you. As Miguel has said very rightly, so it means that in terms of climate change, we are simply in a very bad situation. Solutions that we have for this new economy and the vast transition and the velocity we need, it's multidisciplinary. In a broader way, the investors market in the world is educated considering multidisciplinary situations. Some investments are not so simple to explain. However, we have Brazil, for example, with the BNDES. It's the same BNDES that implemented the EOLIC public policy using the wind and the powers that we have integrated with the biggest in the world, uh, almost the same thing happened. The BNDES also worked with capital being placed in wastewater investments. BNDES has a role that is a catalyzer of dialogue, of evaluation of projects, assessment of projects with a body, with a group of experts in a very adverse situation. I believe that this portal and this, let us say, center hub of investment possibilities in Brazil, it catalyzes, gathers the local currency, which is very important. So the first has to be the domestic currency, and also the state currencies and the international currencies. We have Thierry, our colleague, and a Brazilian that is Portuguese that came back to Brazil. It's not new. So catalyzing is the best policy that we may have. Launching the GDP with the new index showing what are the free trade policies that are so adequate with no selection of partners. Brazil has, strategically speaking, the notion that we have benign neutrality. We have Chinese, French people, Italian, American, everybody's welcome in Brazil. That's very intelligent because the opposite of the world, the rest of the world. It's brilliant, this strategy. It shows that the BNDES can help us with complex and very important policies in an environment that's well controlled. So we catalyze and attract every type of investment with no barrier. The world needs less barriers. Thierry, Brazil has important challenges concerning infrastructure. In transport, we believe that we need at least 200 billion per year in terms of investment to cover the infrastructure gap. We also have the decarboning matrix of transport. 8% of the gas emission Brazil is producing more than builds the logistic aspects. Infrastructure is fundamental in the ecological transformation. We have important challenges in logistics. On one side, our emissions come from transportation, but we also have a biggest challenge, integration between logistics and climate change issues. What are the main points that we have to be focused on in the future? How you would prepare the country in infrastructure to do this transport transition in terms of energy. You are in the seventh investment forum. This is the first participation I have. And so many friends here. It's a pleasure to be with you. I see that there is a confusion. The company that I represent is multinational. It's French. It's present in the airports and the railway sectors. Our focus is decarbonizing. You see the focus in Europe in 2013, here too. I have something positive to say. And so, what are the results that are very concrete? I will focus on the port sector. Let us say people say that this is a very difficult sector of being decarbonized. And so if you consider the airway system, you see what's the most sustainable airport in Brazil? Salvador, 2 times the winner, and then Belo Horizonte, one. Brazil, Bahia, and Salvador has 90% control of carbon emission. We have there the biggest sun plant in Brazil. And Brazil, when Brazil is determined to do something, Brazil gets it. Internationally speaking, it's good. So in the port system, which is using the Brazilian term for from the gate onwards, or from the gate into the house. So we have three alternatives: electrification for short distances, alternative hydrogen. These are a big bet. We have a partnership with Airbus. So this technology of a middle term, let us say 2030, 2035. What we have as an alternative, this SAF, because SAF, congratulations BNDES for bringing the first financing operation in São Francisco do Cândido, Bahia, and it will start, industrially speaking, 2028. Brazil is well positioned here for SAF. It's an alternative, but there is no scale today. So, but we have plain conditions to have and give the SAF this right scale. It will get some time to reach the hydrogen, but anyway, we're trying. I talked about Bahia. We are a partnership with BNDES, also the Amazon airport. We want to give the same technology we gave to Bahia. It's an example for the country and the world. Thank you, Thierry. We can position ourselves as big producer of bios. And so a question to Miguel. Transition bond, green new bonds are being in Brazil with some highlight. So let us say for the climate fund, we have 2 billion. And so sustainable economy is key. What are the challenges of the companies that are having for these green bonds to support energy transition projects? What's difficult in Brazil when we compare with the rest of the world in terms of bonds? Is the maturity of our country prepared to buy this kind of bonds? We have a recent example issuing that we've done with the transition bond of the 8 cities that we've done, the biggest one in terms of infra of the last years. We had FINEP, I believe that we reached 10.5, and 8 cities, the first one, 20 billions. It was a debenture of transition with objectives linked to our business, renewable energy sources, so also asphalt and other highway things, the hub. So we had a financing around the difference, a small one, 8 points only. And so it shows a little, historically speaking, about the market. It shows the 2 last years, private companies, 5 or 6, taking part in it. So it's a market that is crawling. Some points to consider. First, the demand of the fixed rate investors. So it's a green premium, but it does not have a good signaling in the market. Secondly, It's low dimension of the secondary market. We have to give more stimulus, foster this market better. So we have debates about it with BNDES, possibility of anticipation of debentures in case it's possible. So in order to have a more competitive market, and I believe this debate is repeated. So it's repeated, and it means that in order to reach international ports or have income in dollars, it's possible. The Eco Invest also via solutions where the BNDES is working. So it helps us to have access to international market that were limited because the characteristics of the market, the local market, are like that. So, so another point, if pricing is not with a very high demand in the fixed pricing sectors, shouldn't we change in terms of fiscal terms? So there are several instruments that are possible to be reached. But I believe we have to focus on the initiatives that have been repeated here, like Eco Invest. Is an initiative that we all considered it adds value, and so it's also the hedge, the exchange. It's other initiatives are also important. So we have to get more velocity, as I say. We have to generate new infrastructures, new debentures. It's happening, but the title per se is privately very attractive, but it has to finish the regulation period. And we see the investment grade, we have to change it as quickly as possible. It's important to change the year in a better way. Our capital market will have another deepness another depth. Sorry, so the premium outside Brazil exists, and here not in the same depth. Uh, so, the agreement outside foreign countries we have. 5 times what we have here. Now, Andre, over the last years, we have the participation of players in infrastructures. So we have 30 years concessions, and we also are attracting international players as part of the consortia, as project people or suppliers of raw material that are key. Does it mean that we will find the best practices in terms of climate change? How are the companies offering partnerships in order to make investments viable in Brazil? Which are the best practices that the companies are adopting in terms of sustainability in the transport sectors to reduce carbon emission? Brazil is not unknown in the planet. What's happening is that repeatedly we are taking care of our investors very well. With all, despite every problem that we had, the contract the agreements are here. They are important concerning, for instance, the ports, everything being dwelt in careful way.
Everybody in infrastructure knows about their needs. The road of the energy transition and energy resilience is really important now, and this is based on deep dialogue. Brazil is a huge lab in many situations. Well, other countries do not have the diversity we have, scale and dialogue. with the state forces and etc. We see here an opportunity which is even bigger in many aspects. The approval of the carbon market framework will bring important codification for additional funding to this environment. All lessons are done. We are giving example. We are being example set. Well, the OCDE. That's why we have attracted international partners. I have no question in my mind that Brazil will benefit from nearshoring, friendshoring, and capital allocation for the industry as well. The BNDES is a big public-private partnership that has worked out, has been a success for many years. The last question to Thierry. The Brazilian infrastructure market has undergone transformations with the increase of private investment, expansion of concessions in strategic sectors. Like André said, Brazil has structured concessions in scale, attracting international investors, especially in sanitation and transport. BNDES approved 78.5 billion of worth of credit for infrastructure projects covering sectors. The growth here was almost 30% compared to last year in the transport, energy, service sectors. In 2024, 26.1 billion, also important growth compared to the previous year. What were the main changes in the regulating and financial and legal basis that uh, uh, made you decide to invest more in Brazil? I'll try to be brief, right? Brazil uh, is perfect for infrastructure investment. We have thousands of concession contracts in Brazil. This market became attractive. We had the Lava Jato crisis, and Brazil really gave a leap. Centralized portfolio, dialogue with investors, multilaterals. The BNDES is the first, but AFC, BID, working with the federal, national, in regional government, so structure, more adequate structure, risk matrix, more reasonable. So dialogue, continuous dialogue with the different uh, uh, actors involved in this project, legal safety and regulation quality. We have the federal agencies, the regulating agencies were key to attract investors and will be key for them to stay. We have we have to repeat this message. We cannot step backwards. Independence, financial autonomy, technical quality of the federal agency, that's key for the infrastructure sector to continue prosperous and attracting investment from the road. Thank you, all of you. Our sincere thanks to the participants of this panel. We have now the official picture. Another panel, another good conversation. We talked about Brazilian expansion, developing Brazilian infrastructure and investments. Thank you very much for to the participants of this panel. And now we are going to the last panel. Our last panel. We have investment scenarios in Brazil, the view of financial leaders. Brazil, fifth largest recipient of foreign direct investment, the future of foreign investments in Brazil, insights and considerations of the main investment opportunities, investment scenario in Brazil, the view of financial leaders. So we are now inviting to moderate this conversation from Valor Econômico, Thalita Moreira. Be welcome. And now we would like to invite the CEO of Nubank Brazil, Lívia Chaves, and CEO of the XP Bank, José Beringer, and the Vice President of Wholesale Business at Banco do Brasil, Francisco La Salvia. The moderator has the floor. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your presence. We know it's a long day. Thank you for being here, but talking about money, when we talk about Brazil and the potential we have, it's key. So we have a chat here, very relaxed to talk about this subject. I'd like to ask you three. What can Brazil do to attract more investment? Brazil is seen as a country with high potential, with attracting characteristics to the investor. But what can we do so that becomes a reality? That is, it becomes more money in reality. Good afternoon to you all. Thank you for the invitation on behalf of XP. It's a pleasure to be here. So the response is, do not hinder the investment, do not bother. We have high agriculture potential. It's in fact a reality. We have the carbon economy with high potential. If we have some more, a little bit more stability and less noise, investments will grow. So if we don't hinder, it will make a difference. Thank you all. On behalf of Jorge Viana, I thank Apex, BID, Ligia. So we have power shoring, near shoring, frank shoring. We have legislations ongoing, regulating framework important for capital market, debentures, and the infrastructure. I just came back from Washington. There is high appetite for Brazil, but at the same time, we need to know we have the reforms. We have the soft landing, interest rate of interest rate landing, to attract money. So we have support funds, international funds. So we are going the right way, but we have really to talk about this capital. So we have innovation. We have a framework uh, pro investment. So we need new businesses that, like new bank, we have worldwide reference. The central bank has had a position of modernizing the financial system by means of technology and new regulations for a more efficient and transparent financial system. And new businesses model really flourished. We also have a regulating framework, which is, when well designed, it will favor everything, the development. Last year, we said when the USA started cutting down the interest rate, the money will come, but it took longer than expected, so that this whole process started. And we continued with our problems here. Now this process has really started. We Well, the interest rate in the USA have a drop trend. What does Brazil need to do to compete for that money that is disputed amongst other emerging countries? So the money is supposed to be invested in different markets. So how can we be different? So I think we need to do what we propose ourselves to do, and then we become a preferential destiny for any risk capital, like regulation stability, strong regulating agencies, the inflation goal, the fiscal goal, the framework. If we w- if I say I want to lose so many kilos, I cannot change the goal. So we have to go for the goal. We can not change it, and investments will come. Uh, so scale of the country. If we do what we propose ourselves to do, we'll have will have more demand than expected. We'll have lots of money invested. We just need to do our homework. So we are talking about central banks throughout the world, Europe included. Our cost is very high. Today, we have a quantity of investment that grows, but we could grow much more. Many operations. Okay, so you see the capital market in Brazil is led by the retailer. The outside money has not been invested. We have a pipeline of 50 billion in Banco do Brasil. We can grow that much more. So the disclosure, the speed with which implementation of the goals given, so if that happens, we have more money invested. And then we talk here about the energy matrix. I'm not talking about renewable energy. So companies, to produce aluminum, we need energy. So we need legal basis, regulating basis, strong ones, so that the investment will come. You mentioned the energy matrix. Brazil is seen as a potential destiny of investment in terms of energy transition. What do you know about from the investors? What type of project would appeal? What's missing to have such investment? Some people say projects are lacking. I don't know if you agree with that. No, it's not a lack of projects. Cheap energy, the whole industrial process is based on energy. The industrialization or reindustrialization process is important. When we talk about cheap energy or surplus, you have a road of opportunities, regardless of the sector. We are talking about capacity of generating opportunity and to implement regulating framework in a very agile way to foment businesses and investments. Yeah, the quantity of projects is huge. Our energy matrix is unique. Brazil is positioned in an exceptionally good point. We used to say, I talked to someone today who made the global warming was a problem of our grandchildren. Today it belongs to our children, and tomorrow it will be our problem. So we have the Amazon, we have all the reserve, and it's really bad that we are not benefiting from this moment and attracting necessary investment. Let's focus on execution, do what we have to do, and that will bring relevant results to our business. You know, Livia mentioned an important point. The effect that we can have over the market when you modernize the framework, the legal framework, and the impact it has over millions of people. Brazil became an important player, a success case in digitalization of financial services in banks, in part because of the updated regulating framework and Brazilian entrepreneurship, creativity, based on the experience Nubank has had. How can Brazil use this capacity to attract more investment? We have some strong points as a country, especially in terms of IT market. We have a huge scale population wise. The population is friendly, interested in new solutions. The structural part necessary we have in Brazil. We need to create space for innovations. Nubank, for example, we were first in Brazil. We have been here for a bit more than 11 years. We have almost 96 billion, million clients. We In the last 10 years, we could include over 20 million people doing that in a sustainable way, questions about investments. So we included those people in investment. So we have technology, we have regulation that became more flexible. We could bring that population to inside the system in a win-win way. We have innovations of financial products and we export to other countries. Technology has a different distribution dynamics. We export concepts to Latin American countries. Payment, the PIX system revolutionized the transactions. More recently, we have open files with different possibilities. And so we can leverage this scale elements, technological aspects for new products We open a new space for the Brazilian economy. In this way, the commodities market has been strong for many years, but we can have more products.
The technology is part of daily life of people. We have other business models in big scales. And so, obviously, every vertical that we consider what's important in terms of regulation, which are the hurdles, which are the weird points. So, I believe that understanding and being flexible at least in the beginning, in the first stage, in order we flourish. That's the lesson that Nubank has given to what Brazil permits in terms of construction here. I do not see why we wouldn't make it in other verticals in the consumption market. The behavior or the performance of the Brazilians can be leveraged in a direct way. I believe that the biggest lesson in case of Nubank, I admire the work they do, is some institutions are working was just following the central bank as a problem. Nubank saw it as an opportunity. So it has a different formula to act, and this is the big difference in terms of the quality of the technology of Nubank and the opportunity. It's an enormous opportunity in this area. It has critical mass. It's attractive. It's profitable. Let's use it and invest. That's what we're discussing. Several opportunities in infrastructure. The investors are interested in coming to Brazil. We need policies, the regulators, the agencies attracting investment via right policies, and the opportunities are here. Again, the technological market is and permits that we consume the products that are used here in Brazil and also exported in an efficient way. I believe that we will cover the domestic market with a better solution for people, a more efficient industry, new solutions. We can be a reference case and take it abroad. So it can be attractive to investors in general. It's finding the right niche to start. Okay, what you've said, both of you, democratization. We're talking about foreign investment. It's important to consider and educate Brazilian people in terms of finance, the capacitation, the scaling, the way you educate, the way you invest, it changes the dial. So you leave the bio, the basic, you leave the basic and you improve. So it's education long term. Our financial system is preparing these new chapters, i.e., the government did the homework. Foreign investment will come, but we also have to provide the skilling of people, education. We had a very important change of the last years. XP is a big example of that. It brought and it changed the way of Brazilian people invest. And so there's a way that's long and we'll track it. As we talked about investment, I'll ask every journalist does this question. And the IPOs, when will you have them back? Okay, you have to do your homework, ta 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 ta. But in your view, what's missing? Is it the homework? is having less interest abroad. What is happening? Lower interests. Do you think that you have APO? The new bank will have the last Brazilian IPO. I think that we have to find new theses. Many processes are advanced, but we need windows. It's easy for a big investor to have a prefixed rate around 11 something, and the internal rate depends on the foreign one. We're talking about Europe and the United States. So several theses exist. People are tuned, but we depend on the next movements linked to an economic agenda that has to happen, must happen. Our inflation has to be controlled, under control, under the umbrella of what's foreseeable for the investors. And so we hope, regardless any election result, what we have 3 years and a half in a market, in a new market, everybody may have an opportunity, a window of opportunity to support the investors here in IPOs, abroad in IPOs, in the United States, for instance. So the investor will decide the best option. Okay, I have to agree. I don't know when this window will open. I work what's under my control. I work the daily works. I work with the daily jobs, our business. One day the window will be open. And so over the last 24 months in India, the movement of IPO there was different. We have to work, do our homework, do not distract with temptations, things that are easier. Okay, let's change the target of inflation. No, no, no. Don't consider it's right. Don't fool yourself. And so if it comes, it will be very strong because the potential is big. Nivea, Nubank is a good example in terms of success. It attracted investors, funds of venture capital, so big investors. We also consider that IPO is good, but there is another line of business investment that exists and not so visible, but important. What's your advice for those that are in that period when Nubank started? What's the homework to do to attract investors? First line, let us say venture capital fund. Okay, the fundamental things in a good product, they are valid. First, the quality of the product. You have to be building something that people need or that people love. I think this is the best indicator concerning generation of demand. Second thing is a solid business model. You have to have a control, a thesis that's very tuned with a strategy, with business strategies. It took some time to get the mature level with a financial balance, of course. We have, we are always sure that we have where our resources come from. I repeat, the thesis, why things are standing clear to us. The product was good. People needed our product. So it was a solid business matter. So it proved along the time that it is true. And secondly, stability. I believe that your product, your platform, the market, I act is technology, but if it's a market in cities, if I have a product that people love, the business thesis, it makes sense. But if it's a market of 10,000 persons, sometimes it's not so interesting. The population as big as we have in Brazil, it's more attractive. These three things are what investors are looking for. And there are not many businesses, as you consider, that you find the product that people like or love, and the business thesis is solid, and the scalability is there in terms of international leverage. So business with these three things, opa, it's very good for investors. Talking about investors, some years ago, we had a wave of Chinese investment in Brazil. Then China started with another moment. We had some countries that were loyal to investments in Brazil. Recently, we started having interest of Saudi Arabia, some countries in the East. We still have the East interest on us. The bridges of investment that we can receive. Are there other markets that we are opening space to? I believe that you talked about food safety. Not only that, because Chinese, when you consider agribusiness, the Chinese is a very good participant. Very many good things in terms of utilities and other investments. Saudi Arabia, the trend is food safety, but it's coming to Brazil in a secondary position. They don't want to be the major ones. And so we have the old good and bad news. You say, what do we need in terms of commodities, or what do you need in terms of industrial world? If you consider the past, the surplus in terms of food supporting almost 1 trillion of people, it was the best warehouse of the world. So if you consider the East, the Asia countries, or part of East countries in Europe, you do not have many warehouses. I believe that when you have the silos, when you consider upgrades, when you bring foreign investments, you have some facilities, but the infrastructure that we have is feeble. We need a stronger infrastructure to be competitive. What do we want? This investment process is unavoidable. What kind of investment? A long-term one or speculation, taking the primary food and exporting it? That's the food for thought. It will be important, but what kind of investment do we want to have here? Any compliment? Everything has been said. A tool that we do have recently to attract investment, Eco Invest, the first auction, and today Rogério has said that till the end of the year there will be a new call for bid, and concerning the exchange hedge, it's a difficulty when you have foreign investors. At the same time, it's focused on investments that are sustainable ones. So I would like to understand if you see here a mechanism that is here to stay, that in fact will attract investors, foreign investors. Is it safe? And besides this mechanism, is there anything else that is required for this additional safety?
I have a different position about exchange hedge. We see the inflation exchange rate behavior throughout time. We see that the infrastructure contracts are indexed to inflation. This hedge should not to be supplied by the government. I think it's the private sector, in my opinion, but it's a public policy decision. I respect it. But I don't see that need because there are ups and downs, but we have projects for 30, 40 years. So what happens throughout that project's life, the price difference is very small. It's my view, but these mechanisms are positive. They help and they are welcome. We should um, congratulate it, but it's my opinion, you know. We, in terms of agribusiness, talking about hedge, you have different ways of seeing that. About the program, we have positive expectation about the program we are taking part in. The way you leverage with the support of the government and the institutions working, investing more, we have a complementary activity, and then we'll have the inflow of international investments. So today, this money does not come to Brazil in with cheap cost. So supporting this process, supporting industrialization of and the sophistication of investment in Brazil is important. The crop plan, it's also important. We should add everything together so then we would have a really a more fortunate result. Our time is up. Do you want any final consideration? No? So that's it. So we thank you for your presence here. Our sincere thanks to all the participants of this panel. I would ask you to really uh, stand for the picture. And we want to thank the authorities, the speakers, which took part of the seventh edition, all the organizers, uh, the interpreters, sign language, and the simultaneous translation. We want to thank all of you who are here and those who were with us online. And we are closing the seventh Brazilian Investment Forum, and we'll see you